Welcome back, Five Tribe.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, we gotta change the line.
Yeah, let me update some things here. Everything's kind of in a different spot, so I'm gonna figure out where things are now. And to rearrange the chat a little bit. Marcel, what's up? Crystal, what's up? All right, give me just a minute, yo, because this is a different headphone level too. Is that okay?
I don't have mine on yet.
Okay.
I could do
Just to see, because it's a different output
Yeah.
now. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Cool. All right, let me update the line. Cottrell, appreciate you hopping in, y'all. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are y'all feeling today?
Your mic sounds interesting.
Probably because it's a different one.
Oh, yeah.
Check 1 2. What sounds interesting about it though? So maybe I can change it.
I don't know. I guess it's fine.
All right.
It's very. I mean, I think we just both sound echoey now or something.
That's probably. T-Rax, what's up? Welcome in. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check.
Needs to see there's a river.
Burrito Bliss, what's up? Dro, what's up?
I don't even know the lyrics. I'm just
Yo,
making
welcome
it
in.
up.
You think your mic is echoey?
I think it's fine for now.
Okay.
Sleep, my darling, safe and sound. When all is lost and all is found. There we go.
There we go. Slowly getting things working. Celestine, what's up? Cody, what's up? Y'all tap the screen, share it the live with a couple people, and we'll get things moving here in a bit. And then
Welcome in on TikTok. If this is your first time, welcome to the Vibe Tribe. We are so happy to have you. If you're interested in what it is that we do here, all the instructions are listed at the link tree on Torvik's profile.
what's up, Kai? Silensis, what's up? Okay, that should come in. Mr. Crowley. Reminds me of that show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just have to wait for a comment to go through to be able to know. Block, welcome in over on Twitch. Appreciate you hopping in. What's up?
Yeah, good to see you.
Let's see.
What's today? Tuesday. Happy Tuesday.
I don't know. Yeah, what day is it? And
I know.
then hopefully, because I don't have that in, hopefully this still works.
Usually I
Boom.
put the blinds the other way because they are
Boom,
like
boom.
shining.
Cool. So all that's there.
kind of blown out right there, but I guess it's fine.
Do I need to lower the brightness a little bit? All right.
It just usually I put them up so that they're not shining down.
No, I can do that.
I can't reach that,
Yeah, it's
so
fine.
I'll just.
I got it. All right. All right. One sec, y'all. What's up, Soundmind? How you feeling, man?
Who's getting those toll violation freaking spam texts? Because it's freaking annoying. Hey, Soundmind, good to see you. How are you? Yeah, that's better. Thank you. I'm over all the spam texts. It's so obnoxious.
All right. Oh, there's TikTok coming through good.
Thanks, we're doing pretty well. This is actually the week of our move. Well, technically moving on Monday, but our stuff is getting picked up on Sunday, so, you know, just going kind of crazy over here. Set up a little mobile studio here.
Yeah, on the trying to pack everything else up, so we're on a folding table with, with clamps and stands to make it work.
Yep.
All right, let me adjust some things here, and hopefully, same state. We're moving back down south, so we're in DFW right now. We're moving back to SA.
But Texas is big enough to be multiple states.
It may as well be 3 states away.
Yeah, it's like 5 hours ish.
What's up, Drew? How you doing, man? All right, so I think
So it still feels kind of like a big move.
Wolf Helvetica, good to see y'all in here. Has been a minute. How are you feeling? How you feeling? How you feeling?
Good to see you, Mel. Thanks for hopping in.
Hey, what's up, Steaks? Good to see you, bro. All right, hopefully this all is doing.
Drew, Steaks. What's up, guys? Happy Tuesday, fam.
Living someone's dream. Soundtrap finally added a sampler. I wish there was more signal routing in Soundtrap. That's their downfall. But a sampler in there is cool. I'm excited that they've done that. I love that, Melinda. I love that.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Keita, what's up? Appreciate you hopping. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share out the live. If you are wanting to get a long form consultation, then definitely go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and follow the steps, read through the details. You can, of course, join us on our main platform, which is the Purple app. That's where you can see the line, the minimums, the order, which I need to update now. So let me get some of that.
Is this usually on the left or the right?
It's usually on the right, but since we're in a different spot, because usually the screen's in the middle.
For sure,
so.
but
But that's why I'm confused, because I'm like looking all around.
I was like... reading them off here, and then I didn't realize. I was like, wait.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, man.
Oh, steaks. Same here.
I did them. To buy a building.
San Antonio or Austin?
There you go.
Or just Texas in general.
So I finished taxes probably a couple weeks ago, finished actually doing all of them, but then filing all of them, but I submitted everything today, and man, is it painful
to pay them.
Man, is it fucking painful. So annoying, man. So annoying.
Yeah, it's crazy how much they hate the self-employed, right?
God, it's ridiculous, dude. And for what?
Cypress. I'm trying to remember where that is. Cypress, Texas.
All right, let's see. Let me get...
What's the major city that it's on the outskirts of? Houston. Okay, nice. That's about 3 hours from us now, and then 3 hours from us after we move.
What's up, Nin? I'm saying Soundmind. We've looked that direction a couple times. And just every time I also feel like so much of what we do is just so complex and so nuanced and stuff that I'm just I feel like oftentimes I'll find more things that we can do.
Love you, Nin.
Than
no worries.
the basic CPA or something like that. It's all to pay them, a chunk. All right, let me get these saved over here real quick.
Yeah, I'm life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness or whatever. Apparently it's the American dream.
Or whatever.
Yeah, paid.
Coast Makes, welcome in. Yeah, if you want to read more about what we do, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and read through and follow those steps there.
Really thorough consultations on your music, your production, your engineering. That's for big side of things. And I'll go over your branding, your marketing, and any visuals you have.
I appreciate you so much, Stakes.
Exactly.
It is, and Sound, it's true, man. You really do have to just constantly keep perspective, because there's obviously things that we have access to that are an incredible blessing, that are, that so many people only would dream of being able to have access to. And then there's another side where you can also be realistic about the issues and the downfall and the systems that aren't playing to the people's favor, and have goals to, find ways to put yourself in as much of a spot to succeed as possible. So we definitely kind of play both sides of that. It's I'm obviously grateful. Things could be worse, but I also have high standards for what I feel like a government should offer their people. You know what I mean? Stress is still there, Silence.
Exactly.
100%. Yeah.
And I do feel like the U.S. is the butt of the joke right now.
It kind of is.
In a lot of ways, and that's a shitty feeling. Stakes, you're so sweet. Stakes is OG.
Stakes
in the
is
Vibe tribe.
A beast of a vocalist.
Within the first couple months, I feel like, of us starting to do lives.
I think so.
That's when I was back in the chat. Low-key kind of missed those days.
Back in the chat. Yeah.
Didn't have to get ready for those days.
God, yeah.
Just kidding. I was in school and shit, so I still did have to.
Had its own stressors.
School, work. Yeah. It's been a crazy couple of years.
All right, give me a minute to just update a couple things here. And then we'll get things flowing in a bit. But y'all keep tapping that screen, share out the live. Stanky Stick, welcome in over on TikTok.
What's up, Stinky?
How you feeling?
Stanky.
You need a producer tag that's oh shit, he made it stanky, and then the beat drops. Feel free to screen grab that. All right. Feel free to send me. Hey, thank you so much for the goats, bro. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the love.
Yeah, let's see. Where you at?
Yeah, let me see what I got for you. Yep, got you right here. Get you up here. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. You got that giveaway.
All right, y'all. All right. All right, I think I've got y'all set up. Okay, cool. Y'all keep liking the screen, share out the live. We're gonna get things flowing here in a bit. As soon as we get to 5,000 like and 20 shares, we'll kickstart the music. If you are looking for a long form consultation on the structure of your mix and master, production elements, sound design, you want to get into lyric, song structure, image, branding, aesthetic, things like that, then go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through and follow all of the steps, and then you can find all of the details there. Be sure to join us on our main platform, which is the Purple app, so you can see the line, the minimums, the order, and stuff like that. But if you are looking for some really in-depth feedback, if you're looking for a professional second set of eyes and ears on the structure of what you do creatively, that's what Track Talk is all about. This is not a quick review. There's no trash or pass ratings or polls. This is strictly about offering value and offering a professional perspective on what you're doing creatively. If that's something that interests you, then you can definitely find some more of those details at the link tree. And we'll get things flowing here in a bit.
Yeah. Thank you. It's my hat. I'm just kidding. I did pick it out though.
Stanky, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that all. Appreciate that as well. Patrick, thanks for hopping in.
Shout out to you, Stanky. Stanky Shank.
That's perfect. Most people send in unfinished. The majority of people that submit here will send in tracks that are unreleased, they're unmixed, so that they can get that perspective before they send it to their final engineer, or before they go to the studio, before they get it mixed, if they're self-engineering, stuff like that.
Yeah, Maeve, check out all the details at the link tree in Torvik's profile. Just make sure to read through all the steps and you'll see what we're all about here. 100%. These are 20 to 30 minute consultations on the breakdown of your music, your brand, your any visuals you have, your marketing. Basically, any way we could be helpful, we aim to please. Yes, I did it for the team member level. Thank you for doing that. Apparently, it helps the algorithm. Giving a heart me, it's just 1 cent. But supposedly it helps. I don't know. I have a hard time keeping up with TikTok and what they want us to do, honestly.
I know, right?
I'm just like, whatever.
It's always changing.
Whatever. Let's get those likes up. Let's get those shares up. We'll get started at 5,000 likes and 20 shares. 20?
Yeah, 20 shares, 5,000 likes.
Oh, we're already at 21 shares. Y'all killed it with that. Yeah, Brandon. Consultations on your music and your brand. Basically, any way we can be helpful.
Hey, welcome in, Brandon. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much for the kind words and encouragement.
Got you, Maeve and Kaylin. I got you as well.
Kaylin, what's up? We didn't used to do the branding portion. Actually, it was mostly Torvik on this side of things, and then I would be modding in the chat. I was in cosmetology school, getting my license, and then I was also working another job. So I was super, super busy. But once I finished all of that, we were like, what if we added branding to... We saw this like missing piece where a lot of the artists that we saw in here didn't really have branding and stuff. We were like, that's really something that they could use help with. So maybe let's add that to the consultations.
SM57.
I'm a writer and producer in Nashville. Are you down to check out a song I worked on recently? Brandon, definitely. If you want to check out how this all works, check out all the info listed at the link tree in Torvik's profile. How are you, Kaylin? Good to virtually see you.
Thanks to Kaylin, we are going to do a giveaway here in a minute as well. We're going to get someone up on the board. We got some coming in here too. So let me get Maeve. I got you up there. Thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate you a lot. And let's get that.
Yeah,
there.
welcome to the lineup, Maeve. Excited.
Thank
to
you,
go
Maeve. Got you. Brand on.
It's tight in here now.
I'm excited, y'all. Yeah, let's tap the screen. We just need 4,000 more likes, and we'll kickstart the music. Share the live with a couple people, and we'll get things moving here in a minute. And I do believe
I feel like I'm in a dollhouse. I'm like, okay, put this here.
Everything's so tight.
It's so tight right now while we're in the middle of a move.
We're in the middle of a move. So all my studio stuff is just kind of like packed up on the side of the room over here, like not set up at all. And so we're on like a folding table with like a computer, an interface, a screen, an extra keyboard. Like it's like a little crazy. It's a little crazy, but we're making it work until we move. And then we'll figure it out again. Cowboy World, what's up? I appreciate you hopping in. Mitra, welcome in.
We're always like, if you know us, we're always flying by the seat of our pants. We're always doing something crazy, something random. Always got our irons in many fires, or whatever the freaking phrase is.
whatever the phrase is. Jim, welcome in. Jim, how are you feeling today? Y'all keep tapping the screen. If you are over on the purple app, you can always hit ! Submit at any point and submit easily there. That is where you can see the line, the order, and the minimum. So I do encourage y'all to head over there any chance that you get. Just send an email with the track, or can you find it on Discord? What do you mean?
He's wondering if you can pull it up from the Discord. We actually, it's much better and easier
if it's through the email
for the process if you send it to the email. Yeah
100%. That way I just have everything organized, keeps it all in one spot, so I'm not looking all over the place for different things.
Thank you, Stinky. Sounds like if your Roomba covered your song.
Right. Same key, actually, if my ear is remembering correctly.
Close enough. For not playing it in a long while, you're kind of killing it.
Slim. Oh, that's Slim. Hold on. Slim, welcome in.
And then you were doing your song. Tell me.
Yeah, Paper Planes. Thank you for the heart me. I got confused with Slim because you're.
That was an interesting way you played it. I liked it.
I like it.
Sounds like I'm on hold.
Right?
Literally.
At least that's more peaceful than sometimes it's all.
Dude, I like when it's music like that. If they keep fucking interrupting with ads, I'm not gonna last.
Slim, that's it. Slim, every time I say Slim, it's just a different girl as his profile picture.
I'm dead, Slim. What are you even? Someone. What are you even?
Gosh, man.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna last. I always, if they have an option to do the callback, I'm gonna do that for sure. Hey.
What's up, Ari? Okay, Maeve got you. And then let me know if there's anyone. Let me know if there's anyone here in the chat right now who has never been heard before. Who has never been here before. Maeve, I got you on the board. And thank you so much for the follow as well. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, Maeve is one.
Maeve, we've got on the board. Is there anyone here who hasn't been heard before here? You've never gotten a consultation. Or if you want to share it to someone, Slim's new. Slim has been here probably from like the third live we ever did. Slim's been here from.
If Brandon is still here, I don't think Brandon's been a part of it.
Slim.
Kaylin's calling out for you on Twitch.
Thank you so much, Maeve. You do too. I'm so glad you're here.
fit right in, Maeve. Immediately, yes. To your overall vibes, you fit the vibe tribe well. This isn't even on.
Yeah, it's not. I'm running it from here.
Oh, gotcha.
Boom. That way I can clear as many things as possible.
Well, it's still up here, so.
Yeah.
Still up here taking space. So actually no reason to do that. Your watch time is 1.9K.
What is that?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Oh, on the... Does it show you that for like how many hours you've like watched a live over the course of you being a part of that community?
I've never seen that.
I'm not in a ton of other lives, so that's probably like consistently at least. That's probably why I haven't noticed that.
Oh, let me see.
Oh, the heart me. Oh, interesting.
This one's kind of bad. Not horrible, but not great.
D flat major? Is he? Yes, you did fresh. Let me get you up there.
You. We're just getting started.
Just kicking off. Just waiting on the likes. We need 1,500 more likes, and then we'll kick it off.
I don't know how to tell how many minutes.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Everything's like backwards on my screen over here, so I'm trying to make sure I have the right stuff pulled up. And fresh. I know I got you over here because I just put you on the list. Got you. Got you, got you, got you. I know. I wonder how, if you want to see more about what we do, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. You can read through and follow all the steps there. You'll see all the details of what we do, how we do it, the structure of everything. But these are long form consultations, 2 parts, looking at your branding, image, and aesthetic. The other part being your music structure, whether that be production, mix, things like that, song structure, things of that nature.
This lighting is terrible.
What can I change? Because we're just, I know we're in a super different
I don't know.
spot. Let me know.
Don't worry about our bags for days, guys.
I know. They might just, that might not be the lighting.
I'm dead. No, it's different. It's like coming from the side and it's not as golden as it normally is.
Oh, I can change that.
Yeah. That's better.
Ooh.
Or, I don't know. Maybe, y'all tell us what's better.
How's that?
It's whatever until we get our our studio set up.
What's up, Rylan? Okay, sounds good, Stinky. Stinky? No. Hey. I also need to bring this down.
Okay, just 900 likes until we get started. Okay, thanks, sorry. I do think TikTok's camera is maybe somehow a bit, I don't know, I just like it better.
Well, it's higher, it's a better angle, and
well,
it's in
not
line.
In that way, because obviously I get blocked, but like the camera just, I don't know.
I mean, but this is like a funky.
Is the camera adding pounds, guys? Just kidding. So like annoying.
Let's see.
Okay, thanks, Slim.
I do, Tito, all the time.
Like literally in the middle of eating. Is the camera adding pounds?
Okay,
I think it's just the camera. Don't worry about it.
Okay, let me see something here. Kaylin, welcome over to the dark side on Twitch. Good to see you, man. I just want to change.
Who?
Kaylin.
Kaylin's been on Twitch.
TikTok, I mean.
Oh, I was like,
confused.
What a book.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think he was like alone on Twitch. Twitch is quiet. Let's see what's up.
All right, let me edit this real quick, y'all.
Let's see what the heck is up with Twitch.
At least that's coming through over there. Cool.
Kaylin, I can't believe we're gonna get down there. And then you're literally coming up here for a visit.
Hilarious. 5.2K. Let's get it. All right, y'all. Let's kickstart the music. Let's get into it. It's time. It's time.
In a world
full of music. All right, Stanky, you're in the building. Let's run this. So we got
tribe.
The vibes were immaculate. We got Stanky Stick in the building. So I think you said, I guess the radio edit would be better for this time since there's more changes. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, drop some stuff in the chat. Stanky, update me on a few things. There might have been some stuff earlier in the chat too.
Kaylin, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Honestly, probably when we move into the house, then
yeah,
that's when we would maybe need help because we're just gonna have a small, like, I don't know. We're just only gonna take like a suitcase and stuff for the few weeks that we're at the lake.
Yeah. All right. Radio edit.
I don't think there's much water in the lake right now, but we'll keep you updated if you want to come out and visit. We would love that.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. All right, let me get this downloaded and then we'll be fix the vocals with auto-tune and more compression and did a new arrangement for the radio edit. I'm excited. No, we're not saving this there. All right, this is I Don't Want to Be Alone by Stanky Stick. Let's get into it. Y'all keep tapping the screen, keep sharing it out. And once again, if you want to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, follow the steps, read through the details, and let's get into it. I'm excited. Welcome over, Stanky. I love that bass line. What's up, Freebird Tay? Got you, Stanky. So you're using Antares?
This is Stanky Stick. Over on Twitch right now.
Thank you for your birthday.
Thank you so much for your birthday. It's so sweet. I hope you're doing well.
Okay, that helps switch it up. What plugin are you using for your auto tune?
My bangs are weird.
Gotcha. It's like picture, right? Y'all, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Stanky Stick. I don't want to be alone. I'm excited to get into this, man.
There's no update on TikTok. It seems like obviously China is pissed and they probably aren't going to sell.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the
Which-
deal was supposed to be brokered like a week or two ago, and then they pulled back the deal indefinitely because of all the stuff that's going on. So I don't have a lot of hopes that it actually will sell. We'll probably run out an extension, and then we'll see what happens from there. But I have my doubts that it'll sell at all at this point, just because of some bridges have been burned. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I feel like it sounds better, but there are still some points where it sounds off key, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's what I was asking about, which plugin that you're using.
Is it
Pitcher.
Antares? Oh.
So Pitcher is it's a stock pitch correction plugin that comes with FL at a certain level. I think you have to be in like the production version of FL, I think, to get the Pitcher version, or you can buy it for like $60 or something like that. DT770 is better than Sennheisers. Which Sennheisers would be the biggest question, because there's some Sennheisers that are $1,600 and some that are $50. The track is pulled from streaming services. It's actually with Fisher's label team now. Okay, let's run it from the top. Let's get into a couple things. So on the vocal side, I still feel like it could be tighter. Again, some of this is stylistic. So when it comes to the amount of auto-tune, your retune speeds and stuff like that. I don't know what all of the controls, I've never used Pitcher myself. I've used Wavetunes and Antares and Melodyne and all kinds of stuff. Pitcher's one that just because I don't use FL Studio right now, but Pitcher's one I haven't used before, so I don't know what kind of parameters you can control within Pitcher as far as
You said Pitcher?
Yeah, it's the one that comes with FL Studio.
Oh, gotcha.
And so I don't know what control you might have, but I would encourage you to probably very, very tastefully and very, very lightly, probably another 5 to 10 milliseconds faster on your retune speed. And then pull, if you can, depending on the control that you have, pull down on some of the humanization, right? I think there's almost this track is so tight.
Over here now.
The production is so clean. It's so tight. Everything sounds really, really like rigid and balanced, has a great flow to it. And I mean that in a good way when I mean rigid, like it just means like it's structured really well. And then that vocal just floats a little bit too far outside of that it almost just sounds dry with a little bit of reverb, right? Like dry with a little bit of reverb, dry with some doubling. I would tighten it up just a little bit. I do think that the compression sounds better. I do think that the compression makes it feel a little bit tighter, a little bit more control. Hey, Darrell, welcome in, man. Thank you so much, bro. Thanks for hopping in.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're bouncing between like where my camera and screen is and trying to see where people are, but we got the whole chat on this side. Okay, so when it comes to rebalancing that, I think you did a better job on controlling your dynamic range with your compression. But on the tuning side, that's where I would put most of your like nuance, your time and your nuance into. Again, 5 to 10 milliseconds faster of a retune. And then if there's humanizing functions of there, which I know is how it is with Antares, where you can decide how much wavering is in that pitch before it grabs onto the note, how long a note needs to be held before it corrects it for you, stuff like that. If that is what's happening in your tuning structure, maybe tighten up those parameters
Like
just a little bit.
Something a little off about the be alone, right? Part.
Some of those in there, yeah, and that's with the double on there too, which is I think because the double falls out of tune a little bit.
Auto plugin.
Auto plugin. Okay, that's a free pitch correction plugin? Auto, that's the one. Because I have a bunch of I forget the Metasphere or whatever it's called. I have a bunch of their plugins. They're free plugins, and some that I paid for, but some that were free. So yeah, if same rules apply. It doesn't matter if it's Antares, doesn't matter if it's Wavetunes, doesn't matter if it's any pitch or any other number. The stock one with Logic, the parameters largely do the same thing. So that's what I would double check. Play around, and one thing that I usually advise for some people, especially if you're like playing around with the plugin and you're trying to see what works, take it to its extremes. Go very, very natural, go very, very processed. So you can start to register in your brain the difference between how these different processes sound, right? This is how, like, early on in like learning engineering and stuff like that, that's how I learned compression. Was I set a specific ratio and a specific attack and release, and then in order to hear how the attack and release affected the signal, I crushed it, right? So I just drowned it in compression. I go, get 20 dB of reduction, and then mess with your attack and the release and see how it affects the structure of your signal. Do the same thing with your auto tune, right? If something just doesn't feel like it's working, push it to its extreme a little bit so you can even register if it's the right effect you're trying to get. And yeah, I tried that, and that was the sweet spot. A little bit more auto tuning, and it was doing some weird stuff. So it's probably introducing some artifact. There's probably just some like nuance to how you're processing it, maybe even where it is in your vocal chain. You could let me know that on Twitch as well. Let me know like where in your vocal chain it is as well, because you might be running into some issues of artifact being introduced as you're already building out more layers to your vocal chain and then trying to correct something that already has tuning or some reverb on it.
Hi, Loom.
Let me
Welcome
know.
in. All the info is at the link tree in Torvik's profile. You'll see a link that says track talk submission.
Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the details here really quick. But honestly, the production is mixed well. That bass line is addicting, but I do like that you've chopped it and you've cut it and you've placed it in some different spots. That does make it feel more nuanced. It does make it feel like there's like a little bit more control to it and a little bit of a change, which I appreciate. So I'm excited about that. It's like after compression and before reverb and delay, if I remember correctly. Try putting it at the very beginning of your chain. So the first thing that happens, and there's no real right or wrong answer. I have my preference that I do pretty much all the time. But try putting it at the very beginning of your chain, the first thing. So like noise reduction and then your vocal. As soon as, so you know that your dry signal is perfect. Your dry signal is tuned and controlled. And then once your signal is already controlled, then you can, as far as tuning goes, then you can do your EQs and compression to like tighten that signal up. But you're tightening up a perfect signal as opposed to like rounding out a signal and then trying to correct at the end. And maybe something's not quite fitting. But that's, those are some of the things that you can kind of play around with. What's up, Lokes? Welcome in. With the balance of the production sounds nice. Yeah, I'd love to, Darrell. Once we get through our move, and we have our heads back on our shoulders, then hopefully we could dive into some fun stuff like that. Right?
I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why. Just any book, man. Just a fantasy novel for no reason.
No, we're definitely gonna focus on bringing you guys more and more value. Like Torvik was just saying, we just got to get settled. We are like just have a little remote set up for our lives right now, but yeah, we need to go through our move, get settled, and then we got some exciting stuff coming for you guys.
It's like this is a 6-week long move process for us because we're bouncing between a place before we hit our final destination. So it's like this long ongoing like
Thank you so much, Freebird. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you for the tiny dinies and the gifts as well. I appreciate you so much. Audio Overdose. Welcome in. I like that name. That's cool. All right, let's run it. I think your structure for the radio edit's good. Still, it's not short for a radio edit. I'll be honest. I think the last one was like 5.5 minutes, right? Like it was a bit longer. So it's not super, super short, but it's absolutely more within the range of something that's going to do you a lot better as far as structure goes. Preferably, if you want an actual radio edit, I love music, audio. I love music. As far as structure goes, if you want more playlisting opportunities, you want more placement, if you want more spin, even like digital radio spin and stuff like that, try to keep your music under 245. That's usually kind of the loose threshold of where people will look for placements. Or it's got to be crazy dynamic, crazy
He's over
interesting
here,
for those
so
longer.
he said I couldn't get it in any shorter. I wanted all the stuff in what's there now.
100%. 100%. Yeah, you got to. Yeah, that's kind of the pocket right now. Obviously, this is different. You've got like this EDM edge. You've got some like kind of house vibes in here too. But that's what I would aim for. If it's a little bit longer, that's fine, right? You can kind of you can mitigate that in different ways, right? But yeah, it really just depends.
Exactly, Sergio. Mini consultation, but still 20 to 30 minutes. Just basically giving a taste of what we do outside of the live. Feel free to stick around. We'd love to have you.
Absolutely.
Right now we're breaking down Stanky Stick, who is over on Twitch.
And it really is like it's up to you, Stanky. At the end of the day, I'll give you the tools, right? I'll like here's how it generally works. If you color outside of those lines,
It's not a hard
that's
rule.
perfectly fine.
Yeah.
You'll see house playlists with longer songs, but
Yeah.
there's oftentimes where I'll go to like a lo-fi playlist. You'll go to like a house playlist, and you'll see songs that are like a minute 45, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They're like distinct and they're sharp, and that's also part of how you can mitigate some like repetition issues, especially with house where things are looped. It is the same vocal chop, it's the same bass line with some different chops to it, right? But if you want to mitigate some of the issues with people getting bored with looped repetition, then sometimes the easiest way to do that is just not do it too much. You know, it
Darrell,
sounds
thank you so
sounds
much.
simple.
You too. You honestly deserve all the kindness right
Appreciate you
back.
so much, man.
And for anyone who isn't in the Discord, we would love to have you over there.
Absolutely.
And then Sergio, everything is at the Linktree and Torvik's profile. You'll see a link that says Track Talk Submission. You can just read through all the info there.
Hell yeah.
We do also have an FAQ section if you still need a little bit of clarity on how it works.
I mean, this bass line's addicting, dude. It's so good.
Yeah, it's so nice. Super, super catchy.
And that's where Stinky, you have to decide what your market is, right? And like decide like what your goal and your intention for each individual record. You might have one that you want to be played in the background at a festival. It's 6.5 minutes long for a live DJ set, right? And you have something else where you want this track and this version of this track to reach the masses and their consumer tendencies. And so I think you can just kind of decide, is this for true house heads, and this is for people you want to be like on the edge of their seat listening distinctly to the structure, or do you want people to be able to like vibe to this at a club? You want it to be on their workout playlist, maybe slightly more passively, but still great quality music, and you just decide kind of what you're wanting out of it. Now, if you're wanting as much exposure as possible, then you want a taste of a little bit of everything. You want it to be true house music that's produced really well and mixed with a good balance, and you also want as many people to have access to it, which might mean making specific stylistic choices that offer as much to as many different people as possible. So on the I won't be alone. That little pocket right there. I think it's also some of your background vocals. So another thing to keep in mind is if your lead vocal is doing something really distinctly, you might need to add some of that processing to the background as well, just to make sure that they're both tight, that they're both kind of pointed in the same direction. So if the backgrounds aren't processed enough or the backgrounds are a little bit out of tune, sometimes it can work well, but you have to, there's a little bit of give and take going back and forth to make sure that if you have a really clean, distinct lead and the backgrounds are out, then it might sound a little funky. So now that you've tightened the front, you might need to tighten up your processing in the backgrounds as well to make sure that they both fit together and are hitting the exact same notes. You process them all. Okay, then double check too. Then you might even need some re-recording on some of that too.
One's
then
getting like snapped to a different key.
Yeah, let me hear this, just this transition, and then I'll skip forward.
Because something sounds flat or something.
Yeah.
It's like I hear the vision, but
Yeah.
just right there, the execution does not hit.
Yeah, double check. I think probably the biggest thing for me is just to double check the processing on those vocals, because there's some things where it's like once you lengthen it to the higher note, I hear the tuning kick in lightly, but it's like so subtle that you're missing some of the control that it offers. But I think it's also partially because the vibrato might be a little bit wider. So if you crank the tuning too much, then it sounds funky, right? You hear it hitting other notes. You hear the tuning fighting it a little bit.
The other option is you could hire out just the vocal processing. If you don't
True.
want to get
True.
Melodyne and get like, the software that it takes to do this to the professional way that you want it, then maybe consider hiring out just that portion of the
Yeah.
mix.
And I mean, that's definitely a good option for you. I'll be honest, it's probably the same price as getting the cheapest version of Melodyne for $100 or $75 or something like that. But it just depends on like what your budget is.
Yeah,
Getting those
exactly.
recordings with my girlfriend was a hassle because this was her first time singing. And so, I mean, then to me, this is completely in your court as far as
What
how
you
much
want.
effort you want to do with it.
Yeah.
I think you can do this better. I see the vision of the song. I hear the production. The balance on the production is fantastic. I really like it. It's punchy. It's compressed well, but the vocal needs work. So then I think it's less like my opinion on it and more about how much effort do you want to put into this? I think you would benefit from a re-recording. If that comes with its own tensions, that's up to y'all, obviously, to figure out. I think it could benefit from it. I think it could benefit from a tighter tuning structure. If you don't have the plugin for that, you would either need to get it, let it live as is, and it just kind of is the way it is, put it out and see if people vibe with it or not, or send it to someone else to fix the production details and the vocal processing, right? But I think you only have like 2 or 3 options as far as you just, at the end of the day, beyond anyone's opinion on if they like the song, beyond any review from anyone else,
Right.
is just, what do I want to do with this? Do I want to invest the time and the energy and emotional energy to fix it with the girlfriend, or do I want to pay someone else, or, you know, et cetera, et cetera. 100%, and that just takes time. That just takes
Totally.
time too.
That
And
makes sense.
but there's vocal processing is multifaceted. It's tracking and editing, right? And so I think there's definitely some things you can improve in your process with vocal control, understanding the tuning plugins and what to do with them. Of course, we can all improve on those things, right? But I also think that you and your girlfriend can work on the tracking side too, gaining confidence on the mic, understanding proximity, understanding how to record on a microphone to get a better quality, more powerful vocal, stuff like that, right? So there's both sides to it. Definitely improve on the editing side, because that's a skill that will benefit you 100%, especially as a house producer. I think that's huge. You need to be able to edit vocals well, but you also can start working on the tracking side too. Both are going to be hugely beneficial to you.
It's at the link tree in Torvik's profile. You'll see a link called Track Talk Submission. Welcome in.
All right, let me run, because that kind of goes over the whole.
I would say your name, but I really don't know how to say it. Right now it looks like Scavrage.
Scourge, probably.
Scourge?
Sometimes the V is like a U.
Okay. Scourge? Are we saying that right? Either way, welcome in. Happy to have you.
Love like the phasing and stuff on the guitar too. You're doing a lot of things really, really well.
Okay, nice.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Good to see you. Woo. So like one example, right? Like what so I mean, 100%. We've all had our phases. Let me back it up a little bit. So you do a double hook here. I'm just going to give you an example, right? You don't have to do this, but just kind of to show you. When C acoustic comes in.
Is that an emo thing to do that? I used to think of it more as like hip hop vibes for people to do that.
So you got this.
Switch is changing the speed
and then you go again right here. You might have accidentally tapped something to speed it up. So then you have this section here. So you do a full hook up to 230, and then you do another full hook with like another 8 bars with the acoustic guitar in it too. Another hook of that progression, so another repetition. Now I think technically, I don't wanna be alone. And that would be still like 16 bars at the end. You're at 251. You know what I mean? So like literally, oops, sorry. Loop is longer after the first part. So like after like this last section here, you kind of just go again. There's more movement of the guitar and stuff like that, 100%. It just, again, this just comes down to your taste. There's places you can definitely chop this that make it right under 2 minutes, 255, 250, something like that. It's obviously just up to you to kind of decide what you want out of the song. I don't think it's crazy long or anything like that, just stuff to think about. But y'all show some love, man. Show some love to Stanky Stick.
Yeah, Stanky, I know we've gone over your plan for your brand and marketing and all that stuff, but of course let us know if you have any questions.
Hey Lou, thank you for the
so much,
galaxy.
Lou.
Thank you so much for the
love.
galaxy. I appreciate you.
That means a lot.
And I'm going to save 5 credit for you as well. So if you are going to end up submitting something, you'll get a little bit of a boost there too. I appreciate you so much. Get that saved for you there. Yeah. Okay. So kind of final points, Stanky. I think you're a great producer. You have great intuition. I just think more than my opinion and like things that are better or worse and like stuff like that. I think you need to like make some like decisions within yourself and even like with your girlfriend and tracking the vocals and stuff like that. I think that more than anything, you just have to like make some strong decisions on the record and what you want to do, whether you're investing time, money, energy, resource back into retracking, stuff like that. Only you can make those decisions. And so I'll just kind of say what I hear, right? Which is some of the issues with the vocal that need one of those decisions, some of the issues with structure that need some of those decisions. But I think you're in a good spot. I think you're in a good spot. We just need to lock in some of those decisions, man. But y'all show some love to the family. Stanky Stick, we love you. Super, super proud of the work that you're putting in. Let's keep the music going. Once again, if you would like to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through and follow the steps, and we'll get you moving in the right direction. And let me see. We got Maeve.
What's up, Christian?
Maeve, hop in the chat. I'll double check here in just a second.
Also, great weather. Welcome in. If you'd like more info on what we do here and how it all works, all the info is at the link tree on Torvik's profile. You'll see a link that says Track Talk Submission, and you can read through all the steps there.
Okay, got you. Let me double check everything on the line. Sorry, I'm pulling up something different.
Hi, Maeve. It actually looks like somebody skipped to the front, so 1 second.
All right, let me just get these reordered real quick. Okay, so yeah, we got Lokes up next, and then we have, at least currently in the order right now.
Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah.
Exactly. You
yeah.
can skip forward at any time.
100%. Yeah, completely up to you.
The way the live works is it's a modular line, so anyone can skip forward anytime. It's almost kind of like a bid. So we'll always play whoever the top 10 are. You can always check out the list on Twitch or YouTube, which can be found at the link tree, and then just keep track of the line and add to it as you wish.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, let me know if you are wanting to push, or if you want me to go ahead and run Lokes' track. Just so you at least know if more people come in and are. Okay, cool. Got you. I'll wait it out.
It is one of the most positive communities, genuinely. Totally. And anyone that isn't positive gets kicked pretty much automatically. We do give people a warning, but if it's just flat out rude and not constructive at all, they just get kicked.
Yeah, you can go through just to I'm just figuring out how to do. Okay, I got you. Yeah, you can go through that same process or same spot. Okay, I'll double check for you, Loom. I do have your email. I don't want you.
We have a 5 for the gift you sent, but as it's a minimum of 15 to get on, you would still need to send credit.
Got you. All right, and let me get this pulled up here. Let me just make sure I have everything up. May Riley, got you.
So they're sending 10 to skip Lokes?
I believe so.
Okay.
And let me get these in order here. That's such a catchy production, Stanky. Tons and tons of potential. And this says, got you, Lokes. Okay, so Lokes is pushing to, we've got a bid. All right, let me get these updated again. The line is always updated over here on the other side. So
it looks like Maeve is at 25 and
Lokes is at 30.
Lokes is at 30 right now.
That is our current spot. I don't have to go to
for sure, Maeve. We totally get it.
Totally. Got you, Lokes. How much time do you have, Maeve? Like loosely speaking. don't know. What's up, Andy?
Yeah, welcome in.
Because right now I have Lokes in front of you. Totally. Got you. Okay, got you. We'll move quick. We'll go through these quick. So let's run these in order real quick. I don't wanna.
Okay, Maeve is at 35.
Yeah.
So we'll play Maeve really quick and then we'll do Lokes immediately after.
Yeah, we'll move at a good spot. I've already got Maeve pulled up, so we've got Spotify ready to go. This one's already out, so we'll be able to, since it's a release track, there'll be less editing of it.
If you have any questions as far as your branding, your marketing goes, and we'll get to that part as quick as we can too.
Yeah, well that way we can get Lokes in a good time spot too.
But I will give you feedback on your Spotify.
100%. All right,
and
this
then
is
just a reminder, guys, that if you have to go for whatever reason, your credit's always saved.
Definitely. All right, this is Oops by Maeve Riley. Am I saying that correctly? Maeve Riley. Instagram, Maeve Riley. Oh yeah, you can see it there. Beautiful. Okay, perfect. Let's get into it. I'm excited. Give me some details if you happen to know them on your production structure, your mix, who handled that. Did you produce this? Did you work with a studio or BeatStars Beat YouTube 2-track? Let me know. Any details that you happen to know, drop them in the chat and I would love to get into them. All right, this is Oops by Maeve Riley.
Love, thanks for joining on Twitch. If you do exclamation point submit.
Yeah. With like a 90s edge to it too.
Yeah,
I like
definitely.
Like early Christina Aguilera and stuff. It's cool. Those orchestral stabs and everything. Got you. Love the octave on the guitar. Did you record in a studio or do you have a home setup? Really nice. Nice.
Oops, baby, I didn't mean to find someone. You know these things can happen fast. These things can happen fast. Baby, it was something magical, but I guess it was all in that. Oops, baby, I didn't mean to fall in love, but I don't wanna take it back. Don't wanna take it back.
Let's go, y'all. Show some love.
So nice, man.
Show some love. Really, really high quality. There's a lot of details about this I really, really like. I know you got to go quick, so I'm going to go straight back into the song. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the nuance, some of the details. But you have an amazing voice. This is also really good pop writing. I think it's one of the first signs that I hear of someone who's like a bit more amateur in their writing or a bit more amateur as a vocalist is like understanding some of the power in simplicity and repetition and how to structure something in a song. And then you just like hear like a Dua Lipa song, or you like hear like a modern pop record and you hear like maybe some poetics in the verses and stuff like that, but it's like a clean, polished, repetitive hook that just locks in your brain. So I love this for a lot of reasons, but let's get into it. This is Oops by Maeve Riley. It is out on all platforms. So if you like what you hear, go stream it, go add it, go, add it to your playlist, all that good stuff. But this is Maeve Riley. I'm excited to get into it. Yeah.
Christian, you know us. We'll save it for you, no worries.
Yeah, I'll double check everything in a sec.
You know we would never take advantage of anyone.
I also, as like a synth head, I'm loving the automation and the movement of these synth backgrounds in here too. The movement, like even like the little bit of modulation, right? Of hearing like the chord, the dun, dun, that modulation right there, like the vibrato that's inserted into it. I love it. There's a lot of really cool things about the production structure.
Thank you, Christian. That's really, really sweet. But no, we would definitely save credit if there's a discrepancy.
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely. I'll make sure I have everything locked in too, man. It's really, really cool. Really, really cool production structure. Let me back it up just a second here. Love it.
It's so easy to listen to because it sounds really professional.
Definitely. I want to hear something real quick on the hook. All right, this is what I'm about to say has nothing to, it's not right or wrong or anything like that. It's really, really cool. Everything that's happening here. I have something that my brain picked up on that isn't, there's no lack of it here necessarily in the song, but it's something I think could make some of the elements that you want to be impactful even more impactful, right? So when you introduce something like these really distinct bass lines that have a lot of great movement to it, I love it. Such a fan. You have these like classic, these are like 80s, 90s, like M50, D50, old Roland synth, like orchestral hits. Like I love it. They're so fire. They're really, really cool. I'm as someone who loves like 80s, 90s music, I'm such a fan of that. Feels classic, feels retro, and I think y'all executed that beautifully. I would love, just as a personal preference, to when the synths hit, I think one of the things that makes those like orchestral synth hits so powerful is when everything kind of does it at the same time. So the drums kind of pop with it, bah, bah, the kick matches the hit structure, and the bass line matches the movement. In this case, this is the tiniest detail. I'm being annoying, right? It's the tiniest detail. But the bass continues on its bass run down. It kind of ascends. And then the hits do their thing, but they kind of live in their own world. I almost wish, so this is in, I think, D sharp minor. I kind of wish the bass line matched the walk that happens after those hits. I think it's like a little movement right there. The bass kind of keeps doing, it kind of does its own little run down while all of the other stacks and synths do that. Oops. It does that little line right there. I wish they all did the line just because it would make it so punchy and so impactful. So more than a correction on anything, because honestly, it sounds really fantastic and no one's going to fucking hear that, right? But is more so like looking into the future with your future records. Like if I want something to be really impactful, how do I bias towards that a little bit more? If I want like a lead vocal line, I want to get into your vocal line leading into your bridge here in a second or your last hook. If I want that to be super impactful, how do I force people's attention there? If I want those orchestral stacks to be super impactful, how do I bias people's attention to those things as opposed to letting them just exist as elements? But how do I really like make people dun, dun, dun with the beat. You know what I mean? Like you're kind of getting everything to move in the same direction. Just kind of a nugget, if you will. It's a great sounding production though. It's a phenomenal mix, very well balanced. Love this solo, fire, awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, the part's so cool.
Very professional.
Fall in love, but I don't wanna take it back. Me and on my trigger. Whisper what you want with me and tell me, baby, should I stay?
And so same thing on this breakdown here. There's so it's kind of, the actual like breakdown itself is kind of drawn out. Now, when I listen to it just from like a production standpoint, I like all of the things that I'm hearing. Every new note that you hear is additive to the song. It sounds really great. Moving into like the diminished chord right there and having that really little high melody that you do right there. Awesome. Those are all like great ideas. I think some of them are just drawn out bar by bar a little bit long to where after you hit like the first two and my brain kind of gets into like ascension mode. It kind of gets into like all of this anticipation leading into the last breakdown. And then it's like not quite satisfied. And then it kind of, you do another one and then it's like a fourth one. I do think this is again, very psychological and very subtle, but I do think you might lose a little bit of the impact when you finally do hit the doom and you go into and you hit the big thing, because there's almost two. I almost wish it was you hit the diminished chord and then it's and then boom,
so
and then it
follow
hits.
On Twitch.
It's like locked in a little bit faster. So maybe all of the ideas, but without a measure in between each one, right? I think it just might be, it's like 4 bars total, might be like 2 bars too long. So if you just like push them all back
Kumi,
by a
what's up?
count to hit each of those, maybe do the first dun, dun,
Thank you so much for the Big love.
and then it hits really, really hard right after that. I think it consolidates that energy and that buildup to where people never have a chance to settle before the beat drops. And then it feels super, super impactful, right?
Perfect.
Those-
Just make sure you read through all the submission rules, and then we'll get you on the board if
What's
you
up,
did it
Kumi?
correctly.
Something to, again, nothing that sounds bad, nothing that sounds unprofessional.
Good
Also,
to
it's
see you,
really, really
Kumi.
cool. Just some, I guess, ideas. I'm an ideas person. So like any way that I can like
What's up,
offer
Banner?
some way of thinking
How
when
are
it
you
comes
doing?
to vocal production, or a way of thinking when it comes to building out song structure and stuff like that. I just like that stuff, so I'll say it, right? It doesn't mean anything's wrong with what you're doing, though.
Me and tell me, baby, should I stay?
Let's give it to him. What's up, Banner?
I didn't mean to fall in love, but I don't wanna take it back. Oops, baby, I didn't mean to find someone. You know these things can
Yeah, 100%. That's the way I am, right?
happen.
Great high ad-libs.
But I guess it was all in that.
So like when I'm hearing this, if everything followed that, and if it like that to me becomes like a secondary hook that becomes like a second part of your vocal hook that's equally as catchy as what you're doing on the vocal side. So like little things like that just make a song so funky, so fun to listen to. So yeah, keep those like little ideas in your mind that the vocal, phenomenal vocal, you have a great voice, amazing vocal range, the performance is great, the mix is beautiful, everything sounds really, really
Definitely.
nice. So I think if there's like those couple little nuggets that make every aspect, the verse is catchy like a hook, the vocal hook itself is catchy and repetitive, and what the instrumentation is doing also is equally as impactful and catchy as well. Like everything points to this song being such an earworm and getting so locked into your brain. I love it. Last 20 seconds. 10 seconds. You could even end on it dun, 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 with a last little take it back. That's a little vocal line right there. But you're crushing it, y'all.
Yeah, obviously this one's already out, so
Yeah,
this can
crazy love.
totally be for the future.
Crazy love. I'm being like not even picky because there's nothing wrong, but just hopefully we'll like get your creative wheels spinning with stuff like that. Crushing it.
And then let's go over really quick, Maeve, how you can level up your Spotify. There's just a couple of things. You have a nice long description, which I absolutely love. You have a great profile photo, but there are still some things you can be doing that will help maximize it so that it can hopefully get more attention from Spotify's algorithms. And you can work on your SEO with keywords and stuff like that. So, the first thing would definitely be to get a banner photo put up on that is a part of your identifiable brand. It fits the aesthetic that you have for your music identity. And then it is
Got you.
maximized for all screen sizes. So you definitely just want to double check that. I always say try to stay away from words because it can get kind of tricky if somebody's viewing it on a desktop or a laptop and then they go to their mobile phone. It can end up easily getting cut off. So you can just do something artistic that you feel like fits you and your style. The other thing is, like I said, you have a nice long description. Keep in mind that Spotify does allow 1,500 characters. I always say make the most of it. Give them as much information as you're comfortable, which you already have done a lot of. So I love it. You have a couple of locations in here, which is perfect for SEO and keywords. Another important thing I would say is maybe sharing what genres you like to tap into, and then also specifically tagging artists that you pull inspiration from that have a bigger audience that can then tell the Spotify algorithm, like, oh, if they like listening to, I'm just going to use Christina Aguilera as an example, then they'll probably like Maeve Riley's music. So it's just a really hands-on, practical, logical way that you can help the Spotify algorithm push you even more and hopefully get you added to some playlists, stuff like that. You also want to make sure that you go ahead and once you're logged into that Spotify for artists. And I forgot to one important thing is when you do tag those artists, make sure you actually put the @ symbol in front of it, almost like you're tagging them on a social media platform. That way it fully hyperlinks it and picks up on it. And makes it clickable. The other thing is to make sure that you are logged into your Instagram, and if you have Facebook, they also allow that one. So you basically want to make it as easy as possible for people to find you wherever you are. Um, yeah, of course, Maeve. So happy to help any way that we possibly can. But yeah, basically as easy as you can make it, and
Right.
as much as you can dumb the process down for people, as bad as that may sound, the better. You really want everything to plug to each other since Instagram is one of your best performing platforms. I
100%.
I did check it out. You're killing it on there and really, really great job. But you really want that to be pretty much blasted everywhere, right? So ideally get that Instagram linked into your Spotify for sure. And then the last tip I have for you today would be to get some kind of landing page, or at least if you don't want to go full website yet, at least get a link tree or something like it, biosites, beacons, any of that. Just get whichever one you want. Linktree is obviously the most popular right now, but you can do whatever you want. Some of them are more customizable than others. Linktree does allow you to pay for a pro, and it's pretty reasonable. And then it allows more customization, stuff like that. But it's important to have some kind of landing page for the same process that I was saying earlier. Anytime somebody comes across you, you want to have something that basically dumbs everything down for them and gives them a very simple, practical way to know how and when and where and all the information on how they can support you, if that makes sense. So you would have all of your, social media platforms and little icons at the top, and then you would list out your links in order of highest priority to lowest priority. So if you have like an event coming up, if you have a YouTube video that you just put out, if you have merchandise, all of that stuff would be towards the top. Things like, donate to support my music career, stuff like that would be more towards the bottom, right? So you can of course decide how you want to structure that, but I always say don't muddy it up too much. For the stream my music one, only push like one song at a time. You don't need to blast like every single. Some people do that where they're like, stream this song, stream this song, stream this song. Don't do that because it really is just overwhelming on the user side of thing, and it's not as clear what you want them to do. So you don't want to overwhelm the user. You want them to go to your page and know exactly what to do. And the chances are that if they go stream your music anyway, or if they already have, they're going to naturally go
Gotcha.
to your other music if they enjoy it
For sure.
anyway. So that's just some quick tips. Of course, there's things we can go into further down the line, but I think that is enough homework for your immediate next steps.
Of
And I
course.
hope that it was helpful.
I'm super excited. Super, super. I
Hi,
mean,
Jenna. Good to
obviously,
see you.
you've built a great platform already, and I don't know, I haven't seen your page or your content or anything like that, like Libby may have yet. But I'll also try to find some creative ways to introduce specific pockets of. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. Of your song structure in your content, right? Obviously, there's a big benefit as like an influencer using viral sounds and stuff like that. But in addition to that, having this like, oops, I didn't mean to fall in love, or like portions of your song when you're talking about like a product as like small little snippets and stuff can be great ways to like subtly introduce parts of your song structure and parts of the way that you go about making content for products and for brands and stuff like that, while introducing pieces of what you already do, because that can be a big part of like you having a huge online presence but it not translating to followers on your like Spotify, like
Sure.
25
Yeah.
followers, 200 monthly listeners. There's not a lot of connecting threads. So if you can, even if it's very nuanced and very subtle and you don't want to all of a sudden like swarm your page with content that doesn't feel like it fits, find some really strategic ways, like search through all of your songs, all of your lyric structures, and find pockets that make sense with stuff. And that way you can introduce it as a part of your marketing. So your marketing still stays really strong, but your music is kind of a part of that story. I can promise you it'll translate better because people will look at the sounds that you're using as well on your social platforms, which is why viral sounds help. But yeah, you're crushing it. I'm super excited for your
Yeah,
future.
big love, Maeve. You're really killing it.
Super talented.
Thanks for being a part of the Vibe Tribe now. We're happy that you came across our platform, or not our platform, but our live stream today.
Absolutely. So glad.
And
So y'all
just as
show
a
some love.
reminder, guys, if you want to refer back to these, they are saved to Twitch for 2 weeks and then YouTube indefinitely. So you can always play
Absolutely.
it back if you're like, what was Swervik saying on that one part again? Or, what steps did I need to take for this one thing? You can always play it back.
100%. Y'all show some love. Once again, if you liked that song, it's called Oops, and it is out on all platforms. You can go stream it, add it to your playlist, and I would encourage you to do so. Go boost their algorithm. I'm super excited for you. Let's keep the music going. I know you've got to move fairly quick. Lokes, I don't have your email though, so please let me see. Oh no, I got yours in spam for some
Just
reason.
making sure that you're still able to be here, Christian. And then we can save, what was it, 10 in credit, or did you double check?
So now someone else sent 35, so I kept them at their spot because it would have to be at the top.
Okay, so did you
So-
want to stay there, or?
Or they would go next then. Okay, got you. Yeah, because then you had the 35, which was 5 extra, but then Kumi had 35, so you still have your
spot.
You still have your spot. So technically, the 35 kind of worked in your favor at this point because it saves you 30 minutes.
Yeah, no worries, Kumi. I'm excited.
Hell yeah, I got you.
So we're gonna do Lokes really quick, right? And
Yeah.
then you'll be next, Kumi.
Yeah, and it's a soft board today, so you should be good, Kumi. I'm
Yeah.
assuming. Yeah. All right, got you here. Give me some context, Lokes. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited.
All the info's at the link tree on Torvik's profile. You'll see a link called Track Talk Submission. Just make sure to read through all the steps. There's also an FAQ section.
She walks in slow, boots click on the floor. And then I'm so tired, got 'em begging for more.
This is different for you, Lokes.
Yeah, this is.
Green eyes, whiskey in her hand, got a boys hypnotized. She's got the heat like the West Texas sun, breaking your arm and just for fun.
Let's go.
Ain't no
Nice.
man gonna tie her down. She's the queen of this small town crown. She's like a Texan vixen, riding like the wind. Takes what she wants, don't need no man. Her own queen with 6 string. So whiskey
You have the best
on
vibes,
this
Kumi.
side,
Yeah. Let's go, Jen. Do you have multi-tracks for this? or just the 2-track?
Got a Chevy parked out by the old feed store. Bass turned up, bull slamming on the floor.
I love how encouraging you always are.
Fire and smoke in a rodeo dance. One step closer, boy, you don't stand a chance. She's got the heat like the West Texas sun. Breaking your heart, man, just for fun.
Okay, cool.
Ain't no man that can tie her down. She's the queen of the small town crown. She like a Texan vixen, riding like the wind. Takes what she wants, don't need no man. Her own queen with 6 string. So
Yeah, this is so different from Loke's previous. Are you still going by Lokes or Christian? I like calling you Christian, but let us know.
Cowboy tilts a smirk on her face. She'll burn you up and leave you without a trace.
Let's
Wow.
go, y'all. Show
Lokes,
some.
okay.
Where's my cheers? Where's my cheers? There's my cheers. Y'all, show some love. Show some love to Lokes. Let's get into it, man. Let's run it straight from the top. I'm glad you have multi-tracks because I have some suggestions. Since
It's
you
okay,
do.
I'll call you Lokes.
Since you do.
It's
Since you
just
do.
it's hard for me to remember because your name on here is Christian Lopez, so then
Right.
I'm like, it's just easier if I can, but I don't want to be rude.
100%. All right, this is Texan Vixen. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited to run
Do
it from
it,
the top.
Kumi.
Kumi, you could. If there's anyone here that could
know,
do it, you
right?
could pull it off. I just run it from the top, man. I like this vibe for your vocal though. It works. It does really work. Yeah, there's a couple things on your. I know you might be talking about the name, but and the mix structure I think will be beneficial. First off, just right off the bat, the kick is probably like 3 or 4 dB too loud, so all the other drums feel really soft in comparison. And then the kick is like clipping; it cuts through really, really sharp. You probably need to pull that back by a couple dB and like rebalance the mix. That might also mean you then need to rebalance the vocals and kind of pull them back under control because right now they're just like competing with the kick, and then everything else is really soft. And then I want to talk about really just one other detail on your hook that I think would be really interesting. Well, they're down here. We're moving, Kumi. Yeah, we're moving, so everything's in boxes, and I have a couple of them floating around back here, but everything's kind of packed up right now. A couple little things on the hook that I think would be interesting between your vocal and the production structure. Let's get into it. I know, Kumi. I know.
I love that. I'll put you in a suitcase.
Let's see. Always gets quiet after the second play for some reason. Did you do the side chaining with the kick, or was that built into the production?
She walks in slow, boots click on the floor. Then I'm so tired, got 'em begging for more. Lone star shining a wild green eyes. Whiskey in her hand, got a boys hypnotized.
Hey, thank you for the good afternoon. I
You
appreciate
can add
it.
that to their 5.
Breaking your
I don't know how much it was then.
just for fun.
Let me see real quick. I know I already had the 5 there. Another 4, so I can add like another. C note, welcome in.
What's the conversion again?
5 per 1,000. Let's see.
So that's just
Um,
like an extra 2 or something, or I don't know.
Yeah. Let me see. So real quick. Exactly. Okay. Well, that's why I was asking about the multi-track. Do you have all of the individual instruments, or is it just a 2-track, which is just the beat? Sorry if the vocabulary is confusing though. Is it just the beat, or do you have all of the individual tracks? Got you. Okay.
Nice.
So okay, that's what I was wondering, if you have the. Did you do the sidechain from the kick to the bass and the other elements, or is that built into that like bass track? Already had that pump to it. Already had that sidechain to it. Got you. Okay, cool.
She walks in slow, boots click on the floor. Then I'm so tired, got 'em begging for more.
Okay, so I would bring that the kick down by just a couple dB, so it's not like taking up all of your headroom, especially when you get into the hook, you lose it a little bit. Bring it back under control. Now, if you still want it to be like sharp, you still want it to like slice through a little bit, then just bring back up the high end slightly. So the main kick structure will be back in the mix a couple dB, and then the high end of your kick, if you still want that attack, you still want that transience, then you can push like 5 to 8K a little bit, like give it just a little bit of a bubble right there in order to let the top end of that, like the snappy part, that more transient part of the kick slice through the mix a little bit more, but without it being loud and taking up all of your headroom. You'll still get the sharpness. You'll still get the snap if that's what you're looking for.
Lone star shining a wild green eyes. Whiskey in her hand, got a boys hypnotized. She's got the heat like the West Texas sun. Breaking your arm and just for fun. Ain't no man gonna tie her down. She's the queen of this small town crown. She's like a Texan.
Okay, and then your vocal here gets super, super quiet. If it's on a different track, just maybe make some adjustments to your gain staging. You might soften your compression's super, super tight, which is causing some pumping in the vocal and some kind of like more like harsh kind of abrasive resonances. The vocal kind of chops because of the compression. So you might loosen your compression just a hair. Let it feel powerful and punchy, but a little bit softer, and then your vocal going to the hook feels like it gets like 3 or 4 dB quieter. So you might just need to readjust your gain staging and your outputs. You might want to actually push that fader forward, or earlier on in your gain staging, give that vocal a little bit of a lift, just because you go into the biggest part of the song and the vocal feels its smallest compared to your verses. The other thing that could potentially be happening is all the other elements come in, you're triggering your compression on a master in FL, and that's softening the whole mix and causing it to duck. But I still think there's some gain staging you can do on that vocal to punch it through with a little bit more power, because it does get quite a bit softer.
Really creative though. I like this.
And definitely this is where I would have stacks on this vocal, like still have a really punchy, clean lead, but like have it really powerful, but still have like a double at least of that vocal, like, or a low octave of that vocal underneath it, to make sure that you have some power and some competition, especially once the lead guitar comes in. You want to make sure you have support on the hook, especially on like a kind of like a, this is like a very modern country take, which you hear a lot of nowadays. So you still want the classic structure of good harmonies and stacks on it, but also this combination airs on R&B. So you get this kind of like rock, country, R&B combination here, both of which stylistically request layers. You know what I mean? They want support. It craves having some stacks on there. So I would definitely, at the very least, have like a left and a right double of that vocal. I wouldn't mind if there was a low octave quiet underneath that vocal to support it a little bit. Small details like that, I think, will just give you way more weight and competition in the mix against your other production elements.
Is the title of this one called Texan Vixen?
Go to my link tree and click on See the Line.
Yep.
On Twitch or YouTube, the line is always up. The orders, the minimums, all that.
Definitely.
Absolutely, Christian. At least at
Thanks
the
for
very
answering
least,
questions, Kumi.
Yeah, at the very least on the hook. I don't mind a drier verse to give you some dynamic range, right, and some distinction, but on that hook, definitely stack it up.
I like the title. I do think that it may be even more, what's it called? Impactful if you did Texas, but like TX Vixen.
Mm-hmm.
It's just different.
Yeah,
Just a thought,
for sure.
but of course you don't have to do it.
Sure.
Whiskey on the lips, so let's go.
Okay, so here's the last little detail that I'll say here beyond the earlier vocal structures. I think in the production itself, that guitar keeps going underneath what you would assume would be a vocal layer, right? Like the guitar just keeps doing its thing. It keeps doing its riff underneath there. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. It just keeps doing the riff. Now, if there's a vocal over it and it keeps doing what it's doing, that's fine, right? That works fine. But if you're going to cut the vocal, that guitar, all of a sudden you just lose the energy of the beat because it's not doing anything. What I would do personal preference. This would be kind of an interesting way to do this, but this is what I would do probably if I had a mix like this and you on the vocal side cut your vocal right there. I would keep that guitar going, and then I would take a splice of that guitar. As soon as the vocal cuts, I'd take a splice of that guitar all the way through into the verse, put it on another track, process it completely differently, crank the mids a little bit, oversaturate it slightly, and push it forward by like 7 dB, right? All of a sudden, your last line hits, and it's a lead guitar solo after the hook. And then you quiet up back into the verse with the vocal. But right now, it's just like still a super quiet guitar underneath where there should be other elements. But since you cut vocal right there, I don't mind that idea. It's a good ending to the hook. You just lose all of the energy there. So now it's just like a quiet guitar riff underneath it. I feel like if you can either take it to another layer, so you take part of that guitar and you chop it to another track
If you go to
underneath
the
it.
link tree on Torvik's profile, you'll see it.
Yep, 100%. If you take it to the to another track and then boost it forward, all of a sudden the end of this hook has its own solo, which again is like typical of like, you know, late 90s R&B and like pop country and stuff like that. So let me hear that again real quick. See, it's way in the background. And then close it out. Back to the verse. But you almost like treat it like you would a solo. Like imagine it was a solo guitar, copy it to another track, push it forward like crazy, and let it become a lead element, or lower or keep recording vocals over the top of some kind of a tag that keeps it going. Obviously, that's completely up to you stylistically, but I like the idea. I like the idea of having that as a guitar solo. You just have to change your processing and get kind of creative with it.
Down by the old feed store, bass turned up, boots slamming on the floor. She's firing, smoking a rodeo dance. One step closer, boy, you don't stand a chance. She's got the heat like the West Texas sun.
So you have these powerful layers on your ending verse, which makes it super impactful. Once that high vocal comes in with the low, you have all this energy. What's up, Errol? You have all this energy, all the support, and then you lose that going into the hook. So definitely make sure that you have that on the hook.
Yay, welcome back, Jenna.
Breaking your arm, man, just for fun. Ain't no man that can tie her down. She's the queen of the small town crown. She like a Texan vixen, rattle out the wind.
You can keep track of the line at the link tree.
There's the low octave right there, right? So that adds so much additional impact in there. So yeah, definitely maintain your layers through your hook structure. But I'm really, I mean, just holistically listening to the song structure, I'm really liking the style for your voice, man. It works with your rasp. It works with the energy behind
the
it.
fact that this is your first time ever doing and tackling this kind of genre, like honestly, Lokes, I'm impressed. You really killed it. And I feel like your voice really, really complements this style well.
Definitely, man. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Lokes typically does more like indie folk, maybe a rock edge sometimes, but this is definitely a step outside of your comfort zone, and I think it's working really well for you.
Especially that grungy kind of vibe. So cool. Like not everyone can do that with their vocals, you know.
Same solo at the end here. Same thing, boost it forward. So like right here, if I'm listening just to the instrumental for the last 10 seconds here, kick super, super hot. So restructuring that again, like rebalance the mix with your percussion and then take control over this is the benefit of having your multi-track is taking control over your mix again, right? Otherwise it just kind of stays the same, you know, if not sometimes worse than if you just had the 2 tracks. So in this case, this is where I would control kick, rebalance your percussion, crank that guitar forward. You can do whatever you want once you have the multi-track. So crank that guitar, push it forward as a lead instrument, record some high ad-libs over it, stuff like that, and make this ending really, really, you know, impactful and a really large climax to the song. I would love to hear like a crazy guitar solo, and you already have it. It's baked in.
Cowboy tilts a smirk on her face. She'll burn you up.
And I kind of want you to, in my personal opinion, want you to re-record this outro. I think there's sometimes that For one, the compression's too tight, so you're getting some of that pumping and that like overcorrection with the compression. But then there's also some notes that I think are pitching up in the auto tune that maybe you wanted to go a little bit
Exactly, yeah.
lower. So don't on his face. It doesn't have that like dark, like moodier energy that I kind of want it to have.
It's not like hitting as well as it could.
Right,
But
because
it's right there.
sometimes it's like on his face. It's like a little up. It pitches a little bit up, right? So I would maybe retract this outro to get it like super, because there's nothing but like you and an electric guitar or something, right? It's super simple, so you definitely want the vocal to be as clean as possible.
Cowboy tilts a smirk on her face. She'll burn you up and leave you without
There still is quite a bit of room today,
trace.
because we've only done a couple songs. So if you want to keep track of the line, you definitely can. I will say
100%.
it typically lasts until around 6 p.m. Central. So that will just give you a rough time frame. But of course, it's always a little different,
Yeah,
just
definitely.
since it is a modular line.
She'll burn you up and leave you without a trace.
Like I want that without a trace to
Oh
feel
no,
like
did you
super
lose your
sharp.
computer?
To be like super sharp and super punchy. Man, y'all give it up for the family though.
I'm
Lokes,
excited.
this is a cool change for you, man. I love your versatility. You have a very versatile voice. You have a powerful voice, which I love, and I feel like you're using it well. Biggest thing I would focus on is the restructuring of the mix on the production itself, kick and guitar being the main aspects of that. And then, of course, on the other side, it was
Oh,
all okay.
nice.
Got you.
Okay, I'm glad that nothing happened to your computer because I would suck.
What's up, Cozy? Welcome in, fam. But yeah, and then the other side of that would be really intentional with your vocal structure and your layering. That to me can take this from being like a cool song that Lokes did to like a record that
Right.
people want to hear, right? And I think that's all the limit that we're all trying to push past of like, hey, this is like a cool Torvik song. We like Torvik, and it being like a widespread record that anybody would want to listen to and add to their playlist. And I think you're right on the barrier of that. So if we can push past some of those quality things, I feel like you'll be in a great spot, man. So y'all give it up for the family. And then let us know if there's any other things. I know we've broken down some things with like
Dude, some of the
branding and
best
things.
songs are created that way when
I
you're
love
just
it, dude.
messing around. And honestly, like I said, you killed it with this one. This is super impressive.
I love that, man.
So yeah, the reason I like TX Vixen is because I feel like it rolls off the tongue a little bit better because they're not both ending in the letter N. You know, like Texan Vixen, it kind of like catches. It's not as flowy. And I feel like having Texas Vixen will just kind of, especially spelled that way, will just kind of be more attention grabbing. But Christian, you know, your family here, we absolutely love you. We appreciate all the support you've given us over the years, and I hope that we've been able to help you just as much on the receiving end. But any way that we could possibly help you in your journey, you know that we're here, and we are excited to hopefully get to work with you still at some point in the future. And then, of course, if you have any questions related to marketing or branding or anything for me, you know I got you during your consultation right now. The car studio is amazing, by the way. You're getting coffee?
I had to put it away.
Oh. What do you mean, like coming up with ideas? I got a better understanding of.
Nate, welcome in. Nate, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm super excited, Nate.
I'm excited. All right. Let's get it. Kumi, I've already got you downloaded. Let me see if I miss anything.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Where I want things to say. Okay, beautiful. Yeah. Give me some context here. So did this with one of my friends I made music with back in the day. I listened to what you said about the noise or his from last time, so I hope it's better. Okay, perfect. Let's get into it. I'm excited.
It's always smart to listen through several different speakers if you have the opportunity. So I love that you do that.
Hell yeah.
Don't feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got
Already
no
way better.
friends.
Oh,
You say
shit.
hi, then lie, pretend. Now I ride alone, won't break, won't bend. Took my soul, yeah, ripped my skin. Paint my face with a reckless
Let's go,
grin.
Kumi.
Fast like crashing, never been zen. All this rage, it came from when? Talk too much, but they never say nothing. I just watch the sky while the world keep running. Blood on my kicks, don't ask if I'm stunning. I don't need shine, I turn pain into something. You wanna act like you know me now, but where was you when I was breaking down?
Where'd you get these
Stuck in my
vocals?
head, can't hear no sound. Only thing I hear is that bass so loud. Float through the static, voice in the void. Life like a toy, they just wanna destroy. But I'm not a puppet, I'm not a ploy. I break the mold, I build, deploy. Don't feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie, pretend. Now I ride alone, won't break, won't bend.
Feel like I'm running, but I'm glitching again. Making my way, but I ain't got friends. I flow through the static,
face.
never dramatic. All of my thoughts locked in the attic.
Don't
Cause
feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie, pretend. Now I ride alone, won't break, won't bend.
where were you when I was all alone? Yeah, you broke my heart and you never called my phone. Yeah, you paid me out to be the bad guy, and I never felt like a glitch in real life.
All the dynamic changes are super
I
interesting.
love this.
Glitch in real life.
Kumi, you better be typing out shit ton of details.
Real life.
Because I want to know more.
Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie, pretend. Now I ride alone, won't break, won't bend.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. Whoop, I was like, where's my
Bruh.
cheers? Yeah, show some love.
Kumi, that was sick. I
Dude,
loved
let's
it.
get into it. Right
I'm
off the
so
bat.
curious where you got the vocals. That
Right.
fit your vibe so perfectly.
100%. Way softer on the vocal, way less high-end noise and excitement. It just feels so much cleaner. Immediately so much cleaner.
Oh, I
dude.
loved it.
Way better. There's a couple things. Okay, let's run it from the top. Let's get into some details, dude. I'm so excited. So excited. This is a vibe.
Don't feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie, pretend. Now I ride
I wish I could
alone,
raise
won't break,
it.
won't bend. Took my soul, yeah, ripped my skin. Paint my face with a reckless grin. Fast like crashing, never been zen. All this rage, it came from when? Talk too much, but they never say nothing. I just watch
yeah.
the sky while the world keep running. Blood on my kicks, don't ask if I'm stunning. I don't need shine, I turn pain into something. You wanna act like you know me now, but where was you when I was breaking down? Stuck in my head, can't hear no sound. Only thing I hear is that bass so loud. Float through the static, voice in the void. Life like a toy, they just wanna destroy. But I'm not a puppet, I'm not a ploy. I break the mold, I build, deploy. Don't feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E,
This breakdown right here is nasty.
Dude, I fucking love it.
It's what I like about it is it's so rigid. It's so on the grid. Polly, thank you for the follow. It's so rigid. It's so on the grid. Everything about the vocal and the production structure just lines up to give you the same feeling. It all points in the.
It all leads to the stank face.
Right. You know, like the vocal structure
Literally.
paired with the hats, it's just locked in on those like 16ths. It sounds great, man.
I ain't got no
I'm the vocals for the hook. The verse is my friend, Prospect, and I did the production. Beautiful.
friends. You say hi,
Sick.
then lie, pretend. Now I ride alone, won't break, won't build, deploy.
Super cool.
Don't feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi,
love
then lie,
that you guys
pretend.
did the
Now I ride
vocals.
alone, won't
It's heavy. It's Juan, thank you for the follow as well. It's heavy, it's hard clipped, everything's oversaturated, and I love it, right? And this is a great testament to intention mattering so much, because the next mix I'd be like, hey, this is way oversaturated, you're losing all of your clarity. This is, you know, you're clipping your signals and it's causing all of this inconsistent distortion and clipping and stuff like that. This is an example of like a hard clipped kick and an oversaturated 808 underneath it that works. It's intentional. You're still maintaining vocal clarity over the top of it. It feels affected. It feels hyper processed, which is a part of this genre and the stylistic choices you're making, but it just works really well. It works really, really
I'm
well.
obsessed.
real, I'm glitching again. Heart
Like this little breakdown right here to me is your viral clip. The chop to the breakdown is the
I want to use it in my content.
I see the outfit change. I see the car shift. You like the videos of like when someone they switch cars or whatever, like they came from like an old car from the 80s to like a new Porsche, right? And then that's the transition that you see right here. It's from the dun 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 boom dun 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 dun. That little pocket right there. I'll play it again. This is what I mean, I know you're doing VR stuff, but even on the other socials and stuff, that's what I would like market as something for some people to do their own
but
transition.
I'm not a puppet, I'm not a ploy. I break the mold, I build, deploy.
Here,
Don't feel real, I'm glitching again.
like right there, I could see dancers, like especially like pop and lock, like hip hop dancers and stuff. This is the stuff that I could see people doing stuff like, I don't feel real, I'm glitching again. I could see people doing all the
Definitely.
pops and stuff to that. Like this has so much viral potential from a structural standpoint.
It's killer.
You might already be doing this, but I would look far beyond the VR stuff too, because you're crushing it with that. Fantastic. But you also could have 38 million views to your sound if you get the right group of dancers doing
Definitely.
stuff to this, bro. It
No
could go
doubt.
crazy.
No
That
doubt.
transition, that pocket, there's 15, 20 seconds in the middle right there. That's like the moment. Everything sounds great. The whole song sounds awesome. That moment right there to me is what hits me. That's when I was like, ooh, you know what I'm saying? Oh.
Here's that bass so loud, flow through the static, voice in the void, life like a toy that you can't destroy. But
Hey.
I'm not a puppet, I'm not a ploy.
Viral's
I
viral,
break the
baby.
mold, I build, deploy. Don't feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie, pretend. Now I ride alone, won't break, won't bend.
Feel like I'm running, but I'm glitching again. Making my
So
way,
this
but I
is
ain't
you.
got friends. I feel static, never dramatic. All of my thoughts locked in the attic.
Don't
Cause
feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie, pretend. Now I ride alone, won't
Sup,
break,
Ghost?
won't bend.
where were you when I was all alone? Yeah, you broke my heart and you never called my phone. Yeah, you paid me out to be the bad guy, and I never felt like a glitch in real life.
And I have one other idea here.
Glitch in real life.
Okay, so the whole structure, this is you digging into the vocal production a little bit more. Never felt like a glitch in real life. I'm a big fan of like synonymous productions where like things in the vocal
You
are
want some
represented in the
glitchy
production, right? So it's
Production
like,
elements.
exactly.
Yeah.
So glitch in real life. I would prefer if that had some stuttering. I think even the follow, some stuttering on it. I'd prefer if that had some representation of glitching, whether that's
Yeah.
something like, I forget what you're producing on, if it's FL or something, whether that's like gross beat or in rhythmizer or something like that.
Some kind of cashmere cat elements up in there.
Yep, 100%. Like little, you know what I mean? Like little, just, and not too much, right? FL Studio. Not too much of it, but just enough to give it some texture, just enough to give it some movement. So in your case, that would be like gross beat or just your own MIDI chops of that vocal, right? Especially when it comes to this hook, because it's a very like straightforward glitching. It's like very like pop R&B or whatever. And I would love for it to feel like a little bit, not just auto-tuned, but like a little bit more. To me, it makes it feel darker, makes it feel like weirder. And I kind of like that.
I love that.
That's what I like about that early drop is it
I
feels weird.
love interesting production
Yes,
like that.
yes.
And you have always done that really well as it is, Kumi, so I think it would be perfect.
And it could also be, so there's some uncanny valley to like chopping a vocal sometimes that just works, right? So it could be as simple too of instead of saying glitching, of taking one glitch and repeating it. And that little glitching, that little
Like an echo almost kind of, but it's
Yeah.
also glitching.
that little chop of the vocal, even if it's still your same like normal voice right there, just the fact that it's the same thing repeated gives you so like uncanny valley, like when you like with like robots and AI, it's when something almost is real, but you know something's a little off about it and it's kind of creepy, right? That's kind of what I mean by that. So it's like instead of saying glitching, you would chop glitching twice to have the exact same chop. Like
I think it'll make it less Kids Bop Radio Disney feeling. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Where it's like, it's so like right now, the way that it is, it's great, it's perfect. But it's a little too like clean and clear where it's kind of making it sound more commercial in a not my favorite way. if
Yeah,
that
like
makes
you
sense.
can mess it up a little bit, like darken it, make it a little like,
Make it more
nastier.
vibey, yeah.
Especially because you're making some really cool stylistic choices to like go faster right there, and that's like that feels like very like Japanese. If there's like a lot of like really cool structure to it that I think is, and honestly, it's sounding really cool. Needed to glitch a little bit, yeah, almost like kind of like robotic and weird. Like think of like, so one example I would give would be like Jason Derulo's chop of Enya. When you go, what did you say? Like
It's
little
not
like
Enya, it's Imogen Heap.
Imogen Heap, that's right, yeah. It's like that chop right there. If they just said, what, it would sound weird, but it's the chop of that same phrasing that makes it like really interesting and have a cool like robotic feel. So something like that. You're so creative, you're so talented. Find whatever version of that
You
is
know what I mean kind of by Radio Disney though, where it's like you can kind of picture any Disney star being like glitching, like you know what I mean? It's like, not that that's bad. Obviously, they still
It's a
make their millions.
It's
You know
a
what I'm saying?
vibe.
And exactly, it's still catchy as fuck, and people will still love it. But this is like this has more. It's like has more vibey elements. And I
Yeah.
feel like we know your music as it is, so
You're like vibier than
it
it's
can be even
presenting.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
can be even better in this part, in this little
100%.
pocket that we're talking about.
100%.
I can picture having him dancing, glitching. Oh. I'm
That
sorry.
just took it to a completely different place.
Nah,
That's
for sure.
so,
I'm sorry,
that's
I'm
so
sorry.
funny. That's so funny.
Let's get back into the hard vibes, bro. Yeah. Back to the sting
Because when I
face.
hear the production's killer. It's a great mix on the beat itself. It's locked in. I think it's just finding a creative way to make that vocal still. You're obviously doubling the pace of the song. It's a little more poppy towards the end, but how do you still maintain the dark feel? How do you still maintain the weirdness of the dun, 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 dun? How do you maintain that energy early on while still doing the same creative choice that you have, right? And it could be even like I never felt like a glitch in real life. Do a low octave form shift vocal supporting underneath it. So underneath that lead vocals, never felt like this in real life. It's got some weird nastiness to it that's oversaturated.
or at least on the real life.
Right,
like
100%, right? Like those little nuance changes, I think can take this from poppier into something that still feels a bit darker.
These are all just ideas, of
100%.
course.
It's just-
Kumi, you're incredible. Do whatever you want. It's gonna be great, no matter what.
I'm a glitch in real
For real,
life.
I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie.
And then this build out a whole other structure of this part of the song here too, because this to me is a part that I'm obsessed with. The whole structure is really good.
I need you to use my vocal at some point, Kumi. You are
Bro.
a demigod.
A demigod. So talented, dude.
So talented.
This pocket right here is where the energy of the song is, I feel like. Even though it's the slowest part of the song, I feel like it's the part that really grabs you initially. So definitely break it down into another halftime there. Even if you change sound design, maybe change the drums, same vocal chop or whatever, I would go back into that because I do feel like there's a sweet spot between keeping it changing a lot, but also honoring what people want to hear. And I feel like if people want to hear it, which I feel like they want to hear that again, honor that. Like make sure that you give the people what they want to an extent, but then still leave them wanting more at the end of the song, right? But I'm going to go back to this first chunk of the song here, just because I feel like that's it. I feel like the whole song is good and you can bounce it. You can create some interesting elements to make it feel really cohesive. But what I feel like has the viral potential is that middle transition right there, dude. It's killer.
Heart
It's
on
so
E,
good.
I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie, pretend.
In this
Now I ride
intro-
alone,
Don't
won't
forget to
break,
update the
won't
line.
bend. Took my soul, yeah, ripped my skin. Paint my face with a reckless grin. Fast like crashing, never been zen. All this rage, it came from when? Talk too much, but they never say nothing. I just watch the sky while the world keep running. Blood on my kicks, don't ask if I'm stunning. I don't need shine, I turn pain into something. You wanna act like you know me now, but where was you when I was breaking down? Stuck in my head, can't hear no sound. Only thing I hear is that bass so loud. Float through the static, voice in the void. Life like a toy, they just wanna destroy. But I'm not a puppet, I'm not a ploy. I break the mold, I build, deploy. I don't feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart
Nah, dude,
This is, I think,
that's it right
Kumi, I
there.
think I'm gonna say something bold right now. Out of all your music, I think this is my favorite, even though everything you've sent us is incredible.
This is something I would go to consume. Like I've heard a lot of
Literally,
great
this
music
would
that
be
you put out.
replayed on my playlist.
Yeah, like you've everything that you've done that I've heard has been great quality. It's been really cool chops. Not all stuff that I would like. I really like dark, alternative, like moody
Me
production
too.
structures. And this is like I think you mentioned Cashmere Cat earlier too, maybe. What recording software?
Like what DAW?
Did they use to create this, or did that I use? Let me know. So those are two different answers that I know.
No, I'm so serious, Kumi. And I'm also super confused because I went to your page just now and somehow I wasn't following you. And I'm like, is this another account? Because I'm pretty sure I was following you. That's crazy. Either
TikTok
way, I
also
followed
has been
this.
having some issues where it's force unfollowing people. I've seen that happen with a
It's
bunch of
super
different
weird.
people. I'm not saying that happened, but TikTok's been weird. But this first pocket of the song here is so dynamic.
Gary,
It's
welcome
so
in.
cool.
We have a few open slots left for today. All the info is at the link tree in Torvik's profile.
100%. I'm going to run this, and I'm just going to run the intro again just because I like it,
Yeah.
and then we can move on to some
And
other
then I
stuff.
do want to hear the outro one more time.
I don't think it's even finished, so it's like I'll play that first.
Well,
I'm a glitch in real
for
life.
real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie, pretend. No, I ride alone, won't break, won't bend.
I get wanting it short too, but you have some wiggle room. I honestly
It
that
needs another drop.
that what's it called? Hook is so
Addicting.
catchy and addicting, and I just want more of it and
Yeah.
more of it, that I would play it again and then like pull all the instrumentation and all the background noise out and just have it like her vocal.
Like with a vocoder. You already have a little bit of on there,
Right.
but a dun 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 with a vocoder following the chord. Dun 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 dun
Super
dun
simple,
dun dun.
yeah.
I mean, speaking of Imogen Heap, something like that, where you get this like really tight harmony structure that is basically taking the place of your synths, and then build it back up to the halftime
It would
again,
be-
right?
yeah.
Something.
Man, I'm so freaking pumped.
You got me.
No
you-
wonder you were getting excited about this one.
Bro.
I'm just as pumped with you, bro.
I've loved all of the songs that you sent in before, but this is probably the one that has like inspired me the most. Like, ooh, I want to make a beat right after this. You know what I mean? Like, I want to go make something funky and nasty.
Torvik should remix this or
Dude,
something.
this is sick. It's super, super cool. Senko, welcome in. Senko, how you feeling, man?
What's up,
Don't
Derek?
feel real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I
Real
ain't
quick,
got
fresh. Let me know if you're in the building.
no friends. You say hi, then lie, pretend. Now I ride alone, won't break, won't bend. Took
We
my
have a
soul,
few
yeah,
slots
ripped
open
my
for
skin. Paint
the
my
rest
face
of
with a
today, guys,
reckless
if anyone's
grin. Fast
interested.
like crashing, never been zen. All this rage, it came from when. Talk too much, but they never say nothing. I just watch.
I love the. Yeah, it's that like harmonic. There's a little guitar sample, and it's so subtle. This is the stuff that I love about your music, Kumi, is there's this little, it's in like the wrong key. It's a little accidental, like harmonic minor push right there at the bottom that just is so tasteful. Okay, got you, JC. Let me double check for you in a second.
Perfect. Thanks for the update.
Such a nasty little note right there at like 17 seconds in or 15 seconds in. That one little F sharp to F right there.
Talk too much, but they never say nothing. I just watch
Oh, I
the
love it,
sky
dude.
while the world keep running. Blood on my kicks, don't ask if I'm stunning. I don't need shine, I turn pain into something. You wanna act like you know me now, but
That's
where
okay.
was you when I was breaking down? Stuck in my head,
Same
can't
place.
hear no sound. Only thing I hear is that
Same place you sent the oh, it's right there at the top. Just copy that email.
bass so loud. Float through the static, voice in the void. Life like a toy, they just wanna destroy. But I'm not a puppet, I'm not a ploy. I break the mold, I build, deploy.
Gabriel, thanks for
feel
joining.
real, I'm glitching again. Heart on E, I ain't got no friends. You say hi, then lie,
All
pretend.
the
Now I ride
info
alone,
can
won't
be
break,
found
won't
here.
bend.
I'll
Feel
drop
like I'm
it.
running, but I'm glitching again. Making my way, but I ain't got friends. I flow through the static, never dramatic. All of my thoughts locked.
Yeah, dude. I can't wait for you. I just wanted to hear that first part again. I can't wait for you to build this out a little bit more. You're a beast, Kumi.
Killer Kumi.
You're a beast. Okay, Gary, let me get you up there. JC, let me get you up there as well.
I'm a beast. I'm a boss. I'm a motherfucking pro. That was sick. I'm hype after Kumi's.
You
Kumi,
got me.
Kumi.
You got me hype. Okay, Gary, I got you up there. Let me get JC. I got you as well, man. Thank you so much for hopping in. I just saw that notification over here. So let me get you up on the board.
One Coronel. Coronel?
Got you. It's
That's-
so good, dude.
Man,
It's
you
so
should
good.
be. I'm so proud of you, dude.
JC, it's your time to shine. Let me get
Loki,
your
I will
file
literally
downloaded.
like use your sounds as whenever I go hard in my content.
Yes, dude.
I will use your music for sure.
100%. Absolutely. Is it
Yeah, definitely, Jezel.
.au. I was trying to read the letter there. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Any genre, any level of
You're
preparedness.
saying Lao.
I was just like, and I was like,
It's so hard to
.au.
read names on this side of things sometimes.
Right. All right. We got JC. This is called Save My Soul. Fun, funky, entertaining, party, country vibe. All of the above. Let's go. This will be my
Awesome,
first
Kumi.
release. I love that. And we plan to make the video fun and entertaining. Also working on getting a major feature for the second verse. Current have no social media set up for JC, the artist. So all that will get set up. I've been managing artists and hosting arena shows. About 6 months, I decided to start writing and recording. So we have about 40 songs in demo and writing daily. Save My Soul is getting good reviews. So now we focused on getting a solid follow-up. And the
Oh, okay,
That's
one.
on-
So
okay, cool.
you're the manager, but the initials are the same. So that's funny. I was thinking it was your own music, right? Because they're the manager, but then the artist is JC.
I think they had been managing and hosting for a long time, but now
Oh, it's your own
they're
music.
starting to do their own music.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I get it.
You're
I was like, what are the
transitioning.
odds that you're managing a JC?
You're like, I've seen enough other
Okay.
people in the spotlight. It's my time.
No, that's awesome. We
I
love
love
that.
that.
I love that so much.
Killer. Really, really cool. All right, let's get into it. I got you downloaded right here. I'm excited. Super, super excited. Any other context, especially as I break down the production side, any other context on the way that you recorded and tracked, the gear that you're using, any stuff like that, or any questions you might have, just drop it in the chat. I'm excited. I would love to know, like, are you self-engineering, self-mixing, stuff like that? Let me know.
And then can you update the line?
Yeah.
Save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another. Drinks
Got you
lined
there.
up with a little lime. So let's get drunk tonight. Save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another. Drinks lined up with a little lime. So let's get drunk tonight. Drop it down low. How far can you go? I wanna see you shake it till you can't no more. Your boots ain't walking, you're still running your mouth. So go ahead and show me what you're talking about. Got the ladies on
Okay,
the floor
awesome.
who love to lose control. Got the players in the back with the big bank rolls. Casa Azul is all we need. No more room in the VIP. I said no more room in the VIP. But her and her girls keep texting me. My family's at the door screaming, let me in. But I'm over here buried in my sins. Save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another. Drinks lined up with a little lime. So let's get drunk tonight. Save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another. Drinks lined up with a little lime. So let's get drunk tonight. Drop it down low, how far can you go? I wanna see you shake it till you can't no more. Your boots ain't walking, you're still running your mouth. So go ahead and show me what you're talking about. Got the ladies on the floor who love to lose control. Got the players in the back with the big bank rolls. Casa Azul is all we need. No more room in the VIP. I said no more room in the VIP. But her and her girls keep texting me. My family's at the door screaming, let me in. But I'm over here buried in my sins. Save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another. Drinks lined up
I
with
didn't
a
hear what you
little
said.
lime.
I said,
Let's get
right.
drunk tonight. Save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for
What's up,
another. Drinks lined up with a little lime. So let's get drunk tonight.
All right, y'all. Give it up one time real quick. Give it up for Juan Coronel. I'm excited. I'm about to see here, but y'all show some love. Show some love to JC. Okay, tell me more about what you're saying your process is. Tell me more what you're saying what your process is. Because your vocal on this does sound generated. Not like professionally tracked. Having heard and done many professionally tracked vocals. That's not what's represented in this mix. So let me know what you are telling me your process with, what your process is as far as tracking vocals. You said you tracked it with, I recorded with a Paramount engineer. What did you record on? Where'd you go? Like, were you in a
Who's the
studio?
engineer?
Yeah, let me know who the engineer is. Maddie, welcome in. Maddie, how you feeling today? Let me know, because that's not what's represented in the actual mix of the vocal structure there. Let me run it back from the top, and we'll get into a couple details here.
Save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another.
Because you hear, do you like that kind of hissy, fuzzy? What's a Raffy? That like hissy, fuzzy kind of to give it a little bit more. Yeah, that's not what I'm hearing. There's like this hissy, fuzzy, dynamicless vocal structure that usually sounds isolated or generative from something else. That's what it's kind of like the tail of AI processing, or like the tail of AI processing. So that's what I'm curious if you know like what you recorded on, because I know the mics, I know what they sound like. So if you know what you recorded on, or like what your environment was like and stuff like that, I'd be interested to hear more of what you would call a drier vocal in the structure. Yeah. But you're saying you recorded it with a Paramount engineer. But
yeah, if you could send us the engineer,
yeah,
that might be helpful.
Yeah, for sure. Just because what's reflected, however this came about, whether it was you or the engineer that did it or anyone else in the middle of this production that did it, what is being just hopefully this is to your benefit. DRMC, welcome in. Appreciate you hopping in.
Maybe is there website called Engineers?
Daughter's vocals sending in the back of the hook. Hopefully this is like to your benefit. What is being, however it was recorded and however these vocals were tracked and stuff like that, what is being represented is not that of like a polished professional mix, right? Especially someone from Universal, Paramount, Republic, something like that, East, West, whatever. Went into the studio and recorded it. So if you are going into a studio and you are tracking, which is what you're saying, you're tracking and you're recording with a high level engineer, what's up, retrack? That's not what's coming out on the other side. What's coming out on the other side either this is the engineer.
I'm assuming, I guess.
Oh, interesting. They're on TikTok. We know them. They've come in before.
What's up, Retrack? Good to see you.
What's up, Retrack? Went into the studio. Okay, let me back it up a little bit. I want to get into some of the details here. Just okay. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's feeling to me like something. If this is like professionally. Loud House in Burbank. Okay, got you. Something to me is not feeling professional and polished. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Professional and polished. So that's kind of what I want to dig into, right? That's because that's not what's like reflected in the vocal.
Let's get drunk tonight. Drop it down low. How far can you go? I wanna see you shake it till you can't no more. Your boots ain't walking, you're still running your mouth. So go ahead and show me what you're talking about. Got the ladies on the floor who love to lose control. Got the players in the back with.
Do you have on any? You said you haven't done any social media, right? You haven't done any social media, right? Because I just want to hear what your voice sounds like. I want to hear.
He posts on his TikTok, but
singing,
not too much music. Sounds good, Gabriel.
Sounds good, Gabriel. Got you. I just want to hear what your, because I guess I want to hear what your vocal sounds like without.
This is the same. Right? Sounds like AI too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious to hear what your, I don't know if you have any videos of you singing or something, just because I want to be able to distinguish between what processing is happening on your vocal that
like
you're saying.
What's you and what's the processing that your engineer is using.
Because what I hear, like if I were to hear this amongst a group of songs with no context, I would say it's AI. I'd say it's generative vocals with lyrics inputted with a country prompt on Suno or Moises, and there's your vocal, right? And that's what pops up with a simple vocal structure that doesn't always fit the melodic structure that you're looking for and stuff like that, right? That's if you were to give me the song as a canvas, I would think that it was AI, right? So if you're telling me, that's why I want you to be able to give you the benefit of the doubt. Because what I hear is AI, what I hear is generative. If you're saying that that's not the case, that's why I want you to be able to give me more context on it. Because what you're saying happened of going to a professional studio, recording on high-end equipment and getting a mix by a high-end engineer that works with Paramount. What's reflected is not that. It's either like just to be honest, a really bad mix on a vocal from someone who's saying they're very professional, or it's generative, and that's why it sounds hissy. That's why you get the artifact in there. That's why it sounds isolative and stuff like that. So those are some things I just want you to keep in mind. At the very least, either I would just make sure that you're upfront with your process when it comes to your music, or you need to be working with a different engineer who is maybe doing some really funky AI processing to try to get your vocal into a different mold. And it's not serving the structure of the song. It's making it sound fake. So when people are listening to your music for the first time, they're not going to feel like the life and the energy and the emotion behind what you're doing for whatever reason that may be, either generative or in some kind of like AI processing and AI mixing and stuff like that. So some things I definitely want you to think about, because I don't want you to get ripped off by an engineer. I don't want you to spend $500 on a mix or whatever it may be, and someone be just throwing.
It definitely happens, guys.
It happens. Trust me, I've seen it more often than I'd like. And then someone slap Lander on there and some other BS, and then call it a day, right? So there's some things for you to think about, because what I would hate for to happen, if you are saying that you did try to go through a really cool process and get all this stuff done, and then you're getting what is happening on the other side of it is like not even really your vocal, then that sucks for you, and it's something I would definitely dig into. But the production's AI too. Listen to the background of the production.
Right.
You hear that? What happens with AI production, which is one of the first tells for me, is it doesn't really know what these instruments are, right? It's the algorithms. They're like, put an acoustic guitar in there. But when it actually comes to like building the production of the music, it doesn't know. So sometimes the bass becomes a guitar and the guitar becomes a piano, and it morphs and molds together. And then it has this little like warbling that happens in the background. You can hear it right here.
Save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another. Drinks lined up.
You can hear it like right there, like 1:22. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate you. And thank you for the follow as well. You can hear it little, you know what I mean? Those little warbles and stuff in the background. Let me skip to the end.
That's actually pretty good.
That's a pretty solid replication of AI music right there. See, I can take AI's job too. All right. I'm sorry.
Drinks lined up.
So close on this little table now.
So let's get drunk tonight. Save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another. Drinks lined up with a little lime. So let's get drunk tonight.
And also, like, your daughter's vocal sounds weird as
That's
heck
formatted.
as well.
That's your
Exactly,
voice formatted. So yeah, it's so I think you have some conversations you need to have
What's
with
up, Joseph? Good to see you.
What's up, Joseph? With the people that you're working with, or just even internally, what you're doing, right?
Or send us another one of your, like, send us a voice memo of you just singing. I think that would honestly be easier too.
Yeah, or like a video on an iPhone
video
of
of
you
you
singing,
singing.
right? Something. Just so I can see the discrepancy between what's being processed by the engineer that you're saying you used and what's actually your vocal. Because what's coming through is AI, like the production
And we
itself
would be
is.
willing to do that
Yeah.
during your consultation. Now we won't make you send more payment or anything.
100%. Let me know if you can.
So if you want to, then feel free to email it. We'll give you a few minutes here.
Definitely. Let me know if you can. If you can't, no worries. We'll move on.
Joseph,
Move on to
how
the next
are
one.
you? Good to see you. And guys, I'm so sorry I keep yawning. It's not any of your music. It's not anything that we're doing here. It's the fact that we are in the middle of a move.
Yeah, gosh.
And we're going crazy.
We're going crazy.
We're like in this little mobile setup for our studio right now. It's
We're
fun. It's fun.
Packing, doing all kinds of stuff, all while still trying to like work and stay afloat.
And
on the
don't forget
process.
about taxes.
Oh yeah. Oh
taxes.
yeah. Well, taxes.
The structure of the song is good though.
Right.
Structure works. If you get some real vocals and instruments in there.
Definitely. Especially then. So I'll go ahead and pull up. I think I have Gabriel. Let me see. Senko. I've got Senko up next. I'll go ahead and pull up Senko's track too. And if we need to come back around to listen to that structure, then we'll come back around
That's
to
awesome,
it.
Joseph.
Gary, I got you up there.
I love that.
Y'all can check the line at any point by going to my link tree and clicking on see the line, or just head over to Twitch or YouTube, and you can always the line, the order, the minimums are always
Yeah, definitely
present up there.
recommend keeping the line up, guys.
Yep.
That way, since it's modular, that way you can just always see where you're at and if you're still in the running to go today, all that stuff.
Definitely.
But of course, keep in mind that if we don't get to you today, your credit will be saved and you can come in anytime we're live and throw it back up on the board.
Definitely. Let me get this Senko
I think we'll
track.
already be live again tomorrow. Right? We're going tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow.
Yeah, valid, Joseph. Do it. Same as fuck, bro.
Sounds like a plan, Joseph. All right, let's get into Senko. Hop in the chat. Senko, let me know if you're here, and then of course, Juan, if you can, send us something so we can just see a balance of what you're talking about and be able to compare the two. If not, no worries at all. I definitely feel like you have some conversations you need to have internally and with the people that you're working with to make sure that everything is above board and everything is exactly as what you're saying it's happening, because that's not what is represented.
Let's go, Derek.
Okay.
Okay.
You can save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another. Drinks lined up with a little lime. So let's get drunk tonight.
Yeah.
You can save my soul for another life. You can save my soul for another. Drinks lined up with a little lime. So let's get drunk tonight.
Okay, so then what you really need to pay attention to is
you're sending your music
who
to.
you're sending your music to, because that sounds like better, like clarity and like distinction with your vocal than
Literally,
what's happening on the professional mix.
Exactly. That
Now,
sounds
obviously,
better than what was in the song.
You could use like tuning and you could like whatever stuff that's like if it's off the phone. But what's happening on the other side is definitely sounding generative. It 100% is. I mean, even just random people in the comments being, sounds like AI. Pretty sure this is AI. You know what I mean?
If people in the comments are picking up on it, yeah.
Regardless of what's happening on the production side, this is why I was saying, like, I hope this is to your benefit, not, you know, like you don't feel like a caught or something. I want this to be to your benefit no matter what the structure is, right?
Totally.
I want you to feel like you're getting your most out of this as possible. And the way that your music is perceived right now, which is people's gut reaction to hearing it, is that it's fake, right? And so I would make sure that you're working with someone who, especially if you're going to studio or paying for studio time, you're getting a professional mix, all this stuff, that is represented well in your mix process. And what it's sounding like is generative production from AI, because you can hear the warbling in the background, and then the processing of the vocal kind of points in that same direction because of how isolated it is. So I just think you have definitely some conversations, or you might just need, I mean, I always, encourage people to test drive different engineers, right? Like some people you find them and you stick with them for life, but test drive engineers, find a couple different people that you can kind of go back and forth with, that some might just see your vision better, some might represent your vocals better. And I also know people that will charge $400 for like a preset mix. They literally slap on your vocal in 5 minutes, wait a week, and then send it to you.
Well, I guess it still doesn't really make sense though if you physically went to a studio location in LA.
Yeah, I just, there's some conversations and some things you need to figure out, is what I'm saying.
There's definitely some confusion there, but yeah, I mean, overall, you have a great voice.
I work with 3 different engineers and you said they all sound. Wait, have I heard your music before, JC?
Oh, maybe right here, like the ones you have on TikTok. These TikTok sounds.
Let me pull it up on here. Well, no, that might not work that well.
Well, he didn't hear clearly. He's the engineer, so let's see. These ones. Okay, yeah. 1 second. It sounds funky, but
I mean, there's like chorusing on it and stuff like that. What was the other one?
this mic's not even that much.
He's probably seen the box and the M147 back there, probably.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I mean, so here's what I'll say, right? And then this, let's take
100K is crazy though.
Let's take, yeah, dude, I wish.
Like, bruh.
Here's what I'll say, and this is what kind of, this depends on obviously what you want out of your own music, what's palatable by the consumer, what people like to hear and stuff like that. Here's what I'll say, kind of last little nugget that I'll say before we get into Senko. is really deciding, because a lot of engineers will just kind of do loosely what you say, but they don't really keep in mind like what's actually going to be the most like palatable version of your music, right? The one that's actually going to do well, the one that's actually going to be structured well, can compete on platforms and stuff like that. When it comes to the way I think let's take AI out of the picture for a second, right? Let's say there's no AI. Let's say that nothing's generative and
Yeah.
no process, right? Let's say that it's just the way that things are tracked. I think what's happening then is there's a lot of oversaturation. There's tight retune speeds on really natural production structure. There's a lot of chorusing and phasing and stuff like that. I don't say anything. I trust. I just show up, sing, and trust them. I think the more that you understand, a lot of people do this. The more you understand about your intention behind your music, right? The more that you know, I want this sound. I like these references. This is tone. This is how good my voice is. This is where I know it is stylistically and skill wise. This is how I want it to be represented in the mix. The more empowered you are when you go into a studio and they just say like, okay, you like Bad Bunny, right? So let's throw this autotune on there. Okay, you like Travis Scott. Okay, let's put all these reverbs and choruses and delays on there and stuff like that, right? The more that you understand, this takes time. I'm not saying this has to happen with these songs or the next couple. You haven't released
Yeah,
anything, which
definitely
is
one.
fine.
And I think like
100%.
hearing your raw vocal, you definitely have the potential. And
Yeah,
I would love to be able to hear your daughter's vocal too. It's just
definitely.
in that one, like it was unidentifiable as even a human singing.
Yeah, right. 100%.
Like a girl's voice. Like it sounded so messed up,
Yeah. And so
honestly.
the last thing that I'll say with that too is a lot of people say, like, I just do music for fun. I just want to share my message, right? In order for your message to reach anyone, right? For it actually to go out to more than 60 people on TikTok and more than like 50 streams, 100 streams or something like that, is for there to be aspects of your production structure, your mix, the way you perform as a vocalist, right? The polish of what you're doing to be palatable by as many people as possible, right? So even if you're just like, hey, I want to have fun, I want to have a good time making music,
That's
I
sweet. I
love
love
that.
that. Yeah.
I absolutely love that. That's really, really fun. If you want to spread a message, then you need as many people as possible to hear it, right? It needs to be palatable by a lot of people and accepted by a wide group of people so that that message that you have, whatever it may be, goes to as many people as possible, right? So that would be my encouragement to you. So whether you take anything that we're saying about the specific song structure that you have in front of you now seriously, or you like what's happening, what I would keep in mind is I think that there is ways of things being processed with your vocal now that is slightly disconnecting from, I think, what you're saying your vision is. We're working on Shabuzi being on the second verse. Okay, got you, right?
Would you mind sending the engineer's Instagram profile to one of us on Instagram?
All fun and good, 100%, right? Okay, so here would be my encouragement to you then too. Shabuzi has a tuned vocal, highly compressed, processed really tight, processed really well. Really, really good vocal structure, but also very transparent. Very, very transparent.
I don't understand that.
Somebody write and came up with part of the melody, right? So what I would focus on, so when you're going and you're working with other people, you're working with a set of different engineers in LA and stuff like that, what I would request, if you're wanting Shabuzi, you're wanting this like pop country, kind of R&B country vibe, right? And stuff like that. You do want a processed vocal, you do want tuning, you want it highly compressed, you want it well saturated and stuff like that. But at the same time, you want it fairly transparent. You don't want to like hear all of the stuff that's going on, the artifact, the oversaturation. You don't want to hear the compression being triggered. You don't want to hear all the chorusing or phasing and stuff like that. So if the next project that you're working on, right? I would maybe request a more transparent vocal, still processed, still tuned. You want it to be tuned. You want some auto tune on there, stuff like that, but a bit more transparent. Because I think part of maybe then what I'm hearing is that I can hear everything that's going on. I hear artifact. I hear all the chorusing and saturation. I hear all the
Which
tuning
can
kicking
happen
in.
with specific plugins and stuff.
Definitely. So I think you just have a couple things you can keep in mind, right? All fun.
Oh, thank you, Nin. Yeah, the camera's at a different angle today because we
We're
had
in
to
a
switch
mobile.
our live up. Our live
packing
structure up. I just am not sure what Patrick is saying, but either way, we have to move on for today with the
100%.
next
Definitely. But yeah, show some love, man. Show some love. I appreciate you sending that in,
Definitely.
JC. I appreciate you sending
Yeah,
that in.
thank you so much for joining us today.
And having heard more of your raw vocal, I think you do have a lot of potential, but I just don't think that's being like complimented or flattered
Totally.
by the mix. And I think that's a big part. That's a big part.
Yeah.
Is knowing what you want out of it and requesting that in the structure of the mix. All right, we got Senko in the building.
Okay, then just say that because you were being super confusing.
Yeah, I was like, wait, hold on.
It doesn't have to be worth $15 for you, right? It's up to the individual. Lots of people think it's worth way more than that, so
Definitely.
completely individual and up to you. Al1.
AI one.
Oh, AI1. I read it like Al1 because in Spanish. Just
Oh,
fun.
all right, Senko, let me get yours downloaded here real quick.
I hate the way a lowercase L looks like I. I'm asking if you're doing this for the info or the views on the song.
Oh yeah. I think I see what you're saying.
Can you respond to them then? Because I just don't understand. I think it's probably my brain right now, so I'm sorry, guys.
I was saying that like if they're paying, they better like listen up and like take in all of the information, right? Because if you're just paying,
Oh, I got you.
if you're just paying for views, and that's, I don't think anyone should do that anywhere. I think that's silly. I think it's silly to just pay for a play, pay for views or whatever like that, because you're not really getting any fans. It's full of people that are just looking to get their music played too. So that's definitely
I don't
not
know.
worth it.
I'm still
Maybe
just not-
I'm
yeah.
maybe I'm
Where
missing
do
it.
you see it's worth? I don't know.
All right, Senko. Let me see. I think Senko's still here. Senko, let me know. Let me know that you're present. That way I can make sure I get this.
Sideways lemonade time. Welcome in. Thanks. And I've been reading all your comments. I'm sorry we just haven't interrupted the consultation to respond to them. But if
Gotcha.
you're interested, all the info is at the link tree in Torvik's profile, and you'll see a link that says Track Talk Submission if you want more of the details.
What's up,
Kaden? Good
Welcome
to see you.
in, man. All right, this is okay. I had Sound
How's
Mind
your workday going?
tell me for 20 minutes. Speaking of AI, that's funny. 2 tracks today. Okay, I gotta update things on.
Really, Derek?
got
That's
you.
so interesting.
So let's go. Okay, let's go with Neptune first then. Talk to the sun with my skin. I love it, dude.
What's up, Miles?
What's up, Miles?
What? Sound Mind had never heard your stuff, Derek? Or what?
Oh, he definitely has, I'm sure.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Okay, so let me get let's go through Neptune first.
AI is fucking with the whole system, guys.
Bro, I'm telling you, it's so annoying.
We're all on guard.
It's so annoying. And that's why I always say, like, it's to y'all's benefit to really pay attention to that stuff, because people are getting blocked from distribution. People are getting their stuff shut down
Wow,
because
I'm
of
so
it.
surprised. I'm surprised. Well,
Oh, wow. I'm interested to hear. I don't know if I've heard maybe an updated version of that one, so I'm excited. Yeah, Soundmind's cool. He's cool.
Yeah, but that is kind of funny
is
that he was
ironic.
thinking your music was AI.
All right, let's get into it. We got Senko with Neptune.
He's like,
so
this is just too good.
it's too good. It's too good.
Even though most of the time AI doesn't sound too good, it sounds interesting.
All right. Let's run this. Let's run this.
Derek, that's funny. You're like, I actually got credits, bro. You're not the only one with credits around here.
Which planet's yours? Where do you belong?
First, more final mix that I've heard on this song, I think. I'm excited.
I see you packing up your spaceship on your own. Can I help you find your way out to a galaxy? What makes you feel at home? I know it's lonely drifting out here all
That's good, Derek.
Can I help you find your way out to a galaxy? If you want to. Can I help you find a way out of your head?
I've heard the song plenty of times. It's such a good song structure, man.
This sounds really good though. This mix.
You're a shooting star, just hanging on. Like you do. Know that I could use someone like you. Know that I could love someone like you. My Neptune blue. Which planet's yours? How many moons? Just take control. Gravity will do the rest. Can I help you find a way out to the galaxy? If you want to. Can I help you leave the things that pull you down? You'll be okay, my love. You're a shooting star, look how you glow, my love.
That piano's so pretty right there.
Know that I could use someone like you.
Love that low register in the vocal too. Super nice.
Know that I could love someone like you.
Yeah, the vocalist is fantastic.
You're a shooting star, look how you glow, my love. Know that I could use someone like you. Know that I could love someone like you. You're a shooting star, just hanging on. My love, your way out to the galaxy. Know that I could use someone like you. Know that I could love someone like you.
Thank you, Nin.
You're a shooting star, just hanging on. Like you do. Know that I could use someone like you. Know that I could love someone like you. My Neptune blue.
Wow, this mix is incredible.
Such a beautiful song, man.
No wonder bro's out here thinking it's AI.
Not this one. That's a different one.
Oh,
The other one that he sent in. I think.
that's so funny.
Yo, show some love to the
I'm
family.
not gonna let Soundmind live that down. I'm gonna go troll him.
It's because you just don't encounter that many people doing it at like a high level. For me, when I hear AI, it sounds worse. Like
Right.
you know, like AI sounds worse quality to me. It has
At
more
least
artifact
from what
and
we
stuff.
can tell.
Yeah,
I mean,
at least from what we can tell.
yeah, you never know.
But let's run it back from the top. Let's get into some things. This is definitely, and I really do like this mix. There's a lot of great balancing in this mix. This is definitely this is, I think, the more recent one that you sent, where it's a more energetic version of the production. There's a little bit more high-end synthesis, the lead melodies, and a little bit more kind of plucked synth on like the hook itself, a little bit more vibrant drum structure with the piano. This definitely has like a little bit more impact than some of the softer mixes. Both have their place, right? Both have their place depending on the version that you want to put forth. So I can appreciate this mix and this production structure and how it lives in its own space. There's one thing on the vocals that I'm listening for, and then we'll chop through a couple things.
I liked this one though. It felt like a good balance of some of the things that you added in from last time.
Yeah.
And then the original.
This feels like that's high praise,
Ooh,
Gabriel. That's high
nice.
praise. This is beyond length because it's long. It's over 5 minutes long. This sounds like what I would expect like a radio edit to be. Slightly faster, slightly more vibrant, a little bit more energetic, because you don't always want like a ballad right on radio. If you could get this song to like if you had a radio cut of the song, this is the version that I see doing well with that. It's a little bit more engaging. Maybe like you might sacrifice some of the emotional structure, by doing that. But I think if you could have a version of this exact track, maybe cut the last last bridge and part of the last hook and maybe some of the instrumental, get it down to like 3 minutes with this style, you would have like a really solid radio edit for a version like this. But let me chop through it. There's one little vocal processing thing that I heard, but honestly, the balance of the production is very, very clean.
And then don't forget to update the line.
Yeah. Well, has it back to back, so he has one.
Oh,
that says
gotcha,
there.
gotcha.
I'll just update the number.
I just want to vibe out to this song. I can't wait till it's released.
Which planet's yours? Where do you belong?
That's so much cleaner already. Just that lead vocal there.
I see you backing up your spaceship on your own.
The lyrics are so interesting too.
Can I help you find your way out to the galaxy? Help you find your way out to the galaxy? Can I help you find your way out?
It happens a couple times in the song. I'm really just gonna. This is such a song that it deserves the best. There's a couple little pockets where you have like some like extended plosive energy. Help you find that little burst of energy right there. Happens a couple times. I think through some of the verses, the hooks are pretty clean. They're a little more breathy, a little bit more open. A couple times in the verses, there's some plosive energy. I would use like probably RX11 or something to help mitigate some of that plosive boom that kind of comes into the mix, or of course as needed, depending on the
Hi,
context.
hello, Sky. Good to see you. This
What's
song
up,
is
hello,
incredible,
Sky?
right?
Dude, it's so good.
How are you feeling?
You need to do a lo-fi remix of this song, Sky. That would be
Bro.
so crazy.
Yeah.
It'd be so amazing. So some of the little plosive energy either would need to be like retracked with better proximity control or more diffusion, or of course you can use a tool, of course, to help mitigate that. RX11 is great for stuff like that. If you have the full pack or the engineer does, that's probably what I would do, because I know these have been tracked for a minute. Just to get it as clean and open as possible. Good to see you, Sky. I appreciate you hopping in, man.
What makes you feel?
I'm so glad to hear that.
I hate the slow part though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you get like the picked P bass with a little bit more vibrant drums. Like this feels more open and pop, which if that's the vision, then I think it was served really, really well. This feels a little bit sharper, a little bit punchier, which I like. Again, I like both versions for different reasons.
It's lonely drifting out here on your own.
Damn, bro.
Can I help you find your way out to a galaxy?
I would love to hear some of those okay, so here's like the only real correction. Exactly, one that kind of lives in two different spaces, and I love that. And I as you can kind of see, everything's unplugged in here right now. We packed up all the production stuff right now. We move in like 6 days technically, or 7 days. As soon as I get plugged back in, I'm excited to dig into like my own version of the song too, with the synths and things like that, just because I really do feel attached to the song. It's such a beautiful structure. Feel honored that I get to be a part of a version at all. But we just gotta get through this move.
Everyone on Twitch is loving it as always, Derek.
Of course,
you know the
dude.
deal. But
It's so good. But as soon as we get our head back on our shoulders in the new city, then we'll be plugged in, ready to go. And yeah, and I feel both sides, Senna. I feel internally rushed because I love this, and
I know, right?
And I want it. So
I
don't
want you to work on it like today.
I don't feel any pressure from you or anything like that. I love this song.
You're incredible.
I want it to be phenomenal. Like I want to work on it so badly. So I'm just trying to chip away at some things as we can. So we just get through this move. But it's been hard to, in between packing and still working on stuff, it's been tough. But in my own internal
Are you
pressure.
gonna have what you need while we're at
Yeah.
that in between spot?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'll have what I need, because I'm gonna have all the electronics, and I'll at least be able to track with
Okay.
VST as needed or anything else in between. Anyways, okay, so this is my only like corrective point, if any, on this song over the entire structure. There's a couple layers that bounce out to the outside, but the main vocal mix on the hook, the third harmony that sits underneath it, and the processing of them sounds kind of collapsed to mono. So I do believe that it's a mono reverb on the vocal track on that specific vocal. And so you don't get the whole mix feels very like vibrant and open and bouncy, and I love it, dude. It's so good. But then the vocal actually feels like a little smaller. It feels collapsed, and the reverb, I'm pretty sure, is in mono as well. I would love for that reverb to open back up to stereo. I'd love for it to be on its own aux, even with like a chorus on the reverb or something. Just feels really like open and bouncy and reflective. Right now, the processing on that lead vocal feels small because the processing is in mono. I would personally love to open that back up to stereo, just because I do feel like it's limiting kind of the vibrancy of the vocal mix in contrast with how wide the other synths and drums and piano tracks that you have in there are. Thank you so much for the follow, Joe. I appreciate that. When is it? Should I come back in? Totally up to you, dude. I mean, we got, let me see, 4 tracks left. You can see the board. 4 tracks left. Right now, that would be who we have on there. Yeah, up to you. Completely up to you, man. We'll be here for the next couple tracks, but it's not, it's not like a crazy board right now either. Okay, let me play it a little bit farther.
Can I help you find a way out of your head? You'll be okay, my love.
So here,
You're a shooting star, look how you glow.
so I hear that reflection. I hear the reverb on the vocal, but it is collapsed back to mono. So I would, Joe, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and you'll see the steps in there. I would encourage you to hop over to our main platform. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate Wabsy. Thank you for the cheers on Twitch, bro. Good to see you, man. Thank you so much for hopping in, and thank you for the love, man. One of them I think might not be here too. So yeah, up to you, man. I think Fresh has been in and out, so I'm not sure if Fresh is in here. Yeah, it just depends. Gabriel just came in. They haven't been waiting that long. Not that not that really matters. Thank you so much for the bits, Wubsy. I appreciate you, man. Wubsy, man. Doing pretty good, man. We're in the move right now. So we got things packed up. Like I tore down the studio yesterday. We're on a mobile setup. It's a little bit chaotic, but still fine. It's just a lot happening all at once. Still trying to work, still trying to do stuff in the midst of it is challenging. But yeah, you can go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. Make sure that you check the line, the order, the minimums, and everything first. And I'll try to keep those updated as we go. In fact, let me update those now because they do need to be updated. And then, but Senko, that is the only. Thank you so much, Gabriel. I appreciate you. In the midst of the chaos. That does sound like a beautiful song. I'm sure we'll write. This is it's an insane time of our life right now. I'm sure there'll be some phenomenal songs that come from it. But from the quality standpoint, Senko, that's the only thing that I heard is the vocal processing there, getting it back onto an aux, getting it back in stereo so that the vocal structure matches the vibrancy and the ethereal nature of the rest of the production. Everything else is sounding really well balanced. The production, the lead synths that come into play, those are all balanced really, really well. I think you're doing so much right with this record, man. A little plosive here and there.
Can I help you find a way out to the galaxy?
Of course, man. So like you get that little 1, 2, you get that little pop-up color on the outside right there, that little bit of width right there. That balance is great, but on the lead vocal structure, that's what I'd pay the most attention to.
Can I help you leave the things that pull you down? Be okay, my love.
Dude, I want to cover this song. I don't know if you would mind. I don't know what's your release plan and like whatever is like. Dude, I want to do like a cool cinematic ballad cover of the song. It's so good. I like it a lot.
Oh yeah, I can picture that for sure.
With just strings and cellos.
Everyone
and piano
needs to
and
remix
stuff.
this song
Dude,
because it's that good.
it'd be so fun.
You should like you. You're a shooting star.
I should probably work on the main version of it first before I try to
No,
think of a
literally.
cover of it. Let's actually do
You
the
should
song.
probably do what
I
he
should
asked
probably
you to do.
make the song first before we do a cover of it. But beyond that, it's one of those songs like I really do like it. I like the melodies. I like the feel.
Thank you guys for the
I
good
love it a
vibes
lot,
with the
man.
move and everything.
Especially you're hanging on those high notes right there because you don't get the openness of the reflection. That's definitely where it feels limited. It feels restricted just a little bit. That's Caden. That is what Senna does. Do an album, but it's just 13 different versions of the song. That is
I love that.
That is the thumbprint of Derek Senna.
Dude, and it's literally like, why not? If something is this good, it deserves it.
I already have, like, I want to do that with so many of my songs. Like some of y'all have seen, like, I want to do a rock version of Safe and Hurricane. I want to do an acoustic version of all these other songs. Like, it's so, dude, it is, Sky. What we need to do, we should, you should do so I'm telling you what to do, Senna, whatever. Release these songs, get your main pocket. Let's go, Senna. I love it. It already has a trumpet version ready to go. We need a sax version. We need a piano lead version. Dude, it's so sick. Put out your main structure of this, and then we should do it's up to you, a community EP of very choice. Everyone wants to do this stuff, right? Like everyone's like, oh dude, have 15 different people want to remix it. You got to be really specific with it, but choose like 3 or 4 people to do very specific renditions of it, whether that's like someone with house and EDM, someone with lo-fi, someone with acoustic cinematic, right? Like have a couple different covers of the song. Would be really cool. Track Talk EP. All right, let's run. And I want to get into second track here in a second too.
And thanks for the bits, bro. Sounded good.
What's up, Ryan?
That is making me want like a lower layer in there.
Dude, Hydro could go crazy with like a massive
oh hell
record.
Yeah, Hydro's. Hi, Ryan.
This is like a movie. Like I don't know, like why this is like reminding me of. This is strange.
Like Breakfast Club or something.
It's like it's reminding me of like I feel like it could be in like a really cool animated movie. Like I don't know, I could see it doing really well in a really specific context. You know, like what's coming to mind for whatever reason is something like Big Hero 6, which is kind of interesting because that's not like the direct correlation, I don't think. But being that this is like spacey and about a spaceship and your crew, like I could really use someone like you on this crew. Like I could see it in like a really interesting animated context that I think could just go crazy. I feel like this song in the right context is sync heaven, dude. It's so good. It's
Damn,
clean.
autocorrect hydration.
Pretty much any Pixar movie, right? Honestly,
I know,
dude.
right? I mean, obviously, Disney is so good at that side of things. No, he was trying to say Hydra.
Oh, Hydra. I'll hydrate.
Well, he hydrated.
I'm always looking for my hydration. It's also like what's really cool about things with like DreamWorks and Pixar and Disney and like stuff like that is those songs can stand on their own. You know what I mean? Like you'll have like the movie is amazing. You get a sync check, you get the placement, but then you also have like We Don't Talk About Bruno with like 3 billion streams. You know what I mean? Like the songs stand on their own as like phenomenal pieces that have perpetuity to their royalty structure.
This song is super versatile because we're all saying completely different things.
Right.
And I think it's all valid because it just is that good of a song. And it's that versatile. You know?
It definitely has that 80s edge to it, man. Space out, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many opportunities, dude. There's so many opportunities because I think this is one of those multi-sync kind of structures.
I do picture it being more like sci-fi, spacey, or 80s. Like
that's why I thought, like I mentioned, like Big Hero 6, but like something that's a little bit more sci-fi. Right. Maybe it's like set in the 80s or early 90s, or it's, you know, something kind of in that vein, almost like Back to the Future, but
it needs to be during like a slow-mo scene of somebody like floating or something.
Right.
They're like falling back and there's explosions and they're like this.
The music video is gonna go crazy, dude. And I got you, Sky. I got you, man. I appreciate you. And let me. So we have this back to back from Senna. So I'm gonna run this next one from Senna really quick.
I'm excited.
Yes, dude.
Ooh, yeah, please.
You get me hyped, man. We've had a lot of music today that has gotten me super inspired.
Mm-hmm.
Want to make something.
I just want to make our own music so
I want just a second to breathe where we can make cool stuff and not be worried about taxes. All right, let's
in taxes.
In taxes and fucking taxes. All right. Sky said, I don't know if you're on Twitch right now, Senna. He said, Derek, bro, hit me with the stems. I can already hear the lo-fi. Run it, dude. Run it. All right, let me pull up your second track here really quick. So this is the one.
It's 20 minimum right now. We only have 4 tracks left for today, but we will be also back tomorrow, guys.
Back to 3.
Right? Oh, I think we're going tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna go tomorrow.
Getting thrown off at when we're trying to go, bro.
Let me update the line with Hello Sky.
And then Gabriel said if Phil Collins composed Wally,
Ooh, I like
that'd be
that.
sick.
Let's get this. Okay, so let me get this updated so I know that everything is in the right spot. I mean, we always recommend that you all go check the line first. So 31123. So I'm going to update this to 25. So you can always check the minimums over on Twitch or YouTube as well. And we're going to close the line after the song. After the song, we close the lines. Anyone in the line can move around if they want to, but we'll close
I
it to
know,
new
Wubs.
submissions.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, Wubsy, I know. It's like I
We're
can't.
really like we are catering our life and doing some difficult things, making some sacrifices so that we can find a better balance and hopefully get to work on more of our own music.
I know, because like I want to be more of an artist and more of a composer and more of that stuff. And it's just such a side note to like Torvik as an artist is it's so low on the rung of things that I care about right now. And I hate that. Like that's what I want. It's
Not that you care about, but just
or
that
that I have,
it doesn't
have
make me it
I have-
doesn't make money. That's
that I have
really
the
what it comes down to.
capacity to care about right now.
Everything
I
has to
guess.
make money right now.
Thank you for the thank you.
Y'all
for the,
get it.
Yeah, it's
This
fun.
economy is ass.
It's crazy.
And they're saying it's gonna get worse, so fuck that.
Yay! All right, Derek Senna, I say. So this is the one that Soundmind thought was
Oh, okay,
the
I'm
snare
ready.
was AI, right? Or something like that. So let's listen to it. I'm excited. Let me know where you're at with this, where this is. I've made $1.25 off my music. I'm technically an artist now. You are, technically speaking, Raya, you are a professional artist, man. It's really, really well done. All right, let me pull up Senna.
I love that, right? At least you made some money with it. It's the first dollar of many.
Revise some things. Okay. I feel like I do. Have I heard a version of this before?
Hey, well, at least you have something essential, you know? That's honestly a big part of why I got my cosmetology license was because I needed something essential to fall back on as soon as the economy went to ass and during the pandemic, I was like, "Oh shit. This is bad." I do have childcare though, so I have childcare and then I have my cosmetology license to fall back on. But of course, we all want to be able to do our dreams, you know? Like we all want to be able to make money with our dreams, so I'm rooting for all of us in that.
I know, man.
I believe in all of us.
Okay. Okay, so I have heard the song before. Bro, so if you pay 15, you never get to go. That's kind of a bait and switch. What are you talking about, Gary?
No, nothing's a bait and switch. All the info is listed out at the website, and if you're confused about anything, there's even an FAQ section. There's some terms and conditions. We always really try to remind people to read through all of the steps so that they know what they're signing up for.
Yeah, Gary's Gary's on there. Gary has 15 on the board. Yeah, make sure that you we always got you, but all of the information is listed out in the same place that you send everything in. So if you don't get hurt for any reason because people skip past you, and we obviously
and you don't want to send more, and we can't
listen
go
24/7,
indefinitely,
right?
exactly.
So we have to make sure that we're taking care of our ears and working on some of the other stuff too. So if you ever don't get hurt or anything like that, we always save that credit. We always save it to a list. You'll never miss out on your chance. You'll never get hurt without you being here or anything like that. We'll always make sure that you're taken care of.
No, childcare is a job. I'll only do it if somebody pays me.
Oh, facts. Yeah, so I would just make sure, because we have all of the details, all of the FAQs, all of the terms and everything so that nobody's confused, so that nobody's missing any details. We have all of that laid out there. So I just want to make sure that you have read through all of those steps so you can understand exactly kind of what happens. All right, this is I Say by Derek Senna. Let's get into this one here. I'm excited. Yeah, but let me know where you're at with this process, Senna. Revise some things. Okay, got you. Sorry, I missed some comments.
The sun's
Does the roads come in one count early on the quantization? I think that roads comes in. It might be intentional. It could very, very well be intentional, but it does come in. So I'm hearing the main first acoustic right there. And then the Rhodes comes in one count early until the vocals hit, and then I think it's back on the grid. But I think your early pocket of MIDI there, if it is MIDI or maybe it's just waveform, I think it comes in one count early and then corrects again once the vocal comes in. Let me hear it again. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. It's like one bar early. and then corrects again going into it. Yeah. Double check with that. If it is intentional, of course, you can find out how that's balanced in it, but it definitely comes in one count early and then corrects itself after that, which tells me it probably needs to be corrected the whole time. So yeah, double check that. It might just be that something slid on the grid back one bar and then it just needs to be pushed back forward, because it did like all of a sudden kind of throw off my groove, threw off my groove a little bit right there in the beginning.
The sunset fades on an ordinary
And then it's backlocked. Yeah.
But not every goodbye comes.
Yeah, now it's back on, which tells me it probably is just an accident that it's off. So I'll just obviously easily get that corrected. All right, we'll get into it. My bad for stopping it.
Close your eyes and it all disappears. Even the moments we held so near. Yes, even the moments we held so. Even those moments we held so dear. When will we learn to love, to care, to help, to hold, to embrace until then you don't hesitate.
Harmonies are beautiful.
Cherish these moments now before it's too late. Don't wait. We walk our paths, eyes fixed on distant dreams. Forgetting we're stronger when held together, it seems. A gentle word, another mile. Just a second more, a tiny smile. Don't look back and ask what should have I done to it now. See how joy helps overcome the positive things we could say. I've light the path for the love we made.
We'll be doing a giveaway at the end too, guys.
Yep.
So Gary, definitely stick around.
So here's my plea. Let's not wait to say the words I love you. Help shape the small worlds around you. Make it warm with
This vocal reminds me of Cody Simpson. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
When will we learn to love, to care, to help, to hold, to embrace until then? You this, don't hesitate. Cherish these moments before it's too late. Don't wait, don't wait, don't wait. The positive things we could say.
Have a good one, Kaden. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
That was
I say,
Yeah, I honestly would need to listen to Cody Simpson again. I don't feel like I feel like I only ever heard one song or something, but
Man,
that vibe.
show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Derek Senna. I say, let's get into it from the top. I don't hear the AI part of the snare and like stuff like that. That just seems like a pretty typical like 909 like trap snare with
It
the
sounds
clap
like
and
a
stuff.
little tinny, but that's just like a normal mix.
Yeah, that's just like I think the way that cuts through that, but that part of it doesn't sound like AI at all to me. Even I mean, obviously, and I know your stuff, so I know that it wouldn't be regardless. But that wouldn't be the portion that I would listen for. Honestly, even like with the vocal structure, if there was anything that would lead anyone to like think that direction, is probably just because this vocal is very de-essed as well and very high end excited.
Right.
So you do get, and again, I feel like I've heard. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you so much. I've heard so much freaking music in my life that I can distinguish between generative effects, warbling artifacts, stuff like that, and high-end excitement and how that presents itself in a mix. The way that this sounds like to me is just that the engineer for that vocal, the tracking engineer for that vocal, or maybe themselves doing it themselves, it's
okay.
high-end excitement and very de-essed. So you lose some of that like natural phrasing, but that's it. That's just like a stylistic choice. There's a lot of vocals like that. Only the snare. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't hear that in the snare at all.
Is Gary still here? And if not, can we get him back in? Just because now I don't. The people that need it and want it will always leave, and then they don't get to take advantage of
Right.
like the giveaway.
Right. We have 25 to
Or
give away.
sometimes people aren't here and they would have gotten to go, and we'll call their name, and
Right.
then they're not here. So if anyone has his profile, please share it back to him.
Yeah, because I can at least just drop even. What's up, Scarface? Welcome in. I could even just drop him at least 5 right off the bat,
Yeah,
just to
what's up,
help him
Scarface?
because we have some extra to give away too. I had to tame down a bit. Have my engineer. Yeah. That's just that's stylistic choice a little bit. I tend because every this, every engineer, every producer is different and have a different goal with the way that they process vocals. I know several engineers that highly tighten and restrict vocals, and it works for them. People love it. Their music streams well. I tend to like a more like natural open vocal, still warm and saturated, but like more natural phrasing, right? So I don't like more transparent, where I don't hear the de-essing happening, or I don't like hear the auto-tune happening. It tends to feel like a little bit more natural. That's just my personal preference though. There's not a right answer to that. Let's run it from the top 2. This is a beautiful song. I remember this one.
Super catchy, super relevant sounding.
But just, double check that Rhodes is off at the beginning. I can definitely hear it there.
The sunset fades on an ordinary day, but not every goodbye comes around again.
Hey, Riot hopped on Twitch.
Close your eyes and it all disappears. Even the moments we held so near. Yes,
Okay,
even
got
the
it.
moments we held so.
Thank you.
Even those moments we held so dear. When will we learn to love together, to have to hold to?
So what I hear with the snare, I know he mentioned it sounding off-putting or sounding like AI. It does sound, just to me, and actually we might have even talked about this early on when you first sent it in, of it sounding super thin. So I think if there's anything that I like notice about it, it's like very bright and very sharp and very thin. And you do lose like maybe a little bit of like presence and body and warmth in the mix, just because you don't get some of that like punch and snap of like a little bit of a warmer snare. It is just like a little sharp at the high end. So if there's anything that maybe you could readdress beyond like changing the sample, would just be to have something structured a little bit differently as far as the mix on the snare
Have a good
itself
one, Riot.
goes.
Thank you so much for hopping in.
Reintroduce a little bit more 500 hertz, 600 hertz, like re-warm up the low mids a little bit, maybe tame or saturate like some like multi-band saturation or something to help soften that high push around like 3K, 4K that's really resonating through the mix. I think even just taking that snare and manipulating it a little bit, compressing it a little bit differently could help, because I think that's just what feels a little sharp, a little transient there. But that's not like
Starface, this is the line
an
right
issue.
here. So we are technically closed, but we will honestly be back already again tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back
Our
on tomorrow.
schedule is kind of all over the place right now, just while we're in the middle of our move. But hopefully we can get some consistency in the next month or 2.
Definitely.
Embrace until then, you don't hesitate.
No, thank you for joining us.
Moments now.
Honestly, a really easy option for this to rebalance. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that so much. To rebalance this would be so you have a really thin, bright snare. I would just balance it with a layer with a clap. So just right underneath it, let me hear the hook again. You have a little more right underneath it. That's like a little softer. It's like a little bit more balanced. So it's not just bright and tinny at the top.
Those moments we held so
Like right in here.
dear. When will we learn to love together, to have to hold to embrace until then, you
Just something that's like a little bit more mid-present, not so biased to the bright kind of top end of it. I think that alone would rebalance it. I think it's the fact that it's sitting on its own that makes it sound kind of thin, and almost like too crisp. What's up, Daje? A little too crisp, a little bit too tight at the top end.
It hurts just a little.
A little bit. Something to keep in mind. But I think it's just because it's not, you have like this really warm, beautiful low end and a really warm mid for the rest of the track. I think sounds fantastic. Honestly, it sounds really, really nice.
Yeah.
Like Soundmind said, almost too perfect, right? But I think on the top end, that snare feels a little lonely and very bright. So I think either a layer of like a darker clap underneath it, or just a re-EQing and resaturating of that snare, I think could help kind of bring it back under control. But otherwise, I think the rest of the production does sound very well balanced. It's really, really nice.
don't hesitate. Cherish these moments now before it's too late. Don't wait.
Synth is
We
beautiful.
walk our paths,
harmonies.
eyes fixed on distant dreams. Forgetting we're stronger when held together, it seems. The gentle words, another
The balance on the panning with the guitars in there, gorgeous too. It feels tasteful. This is a noisy mix. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of movement. There's a guitar in here and then a synth soloing over here, a lot of vocal layers, but you're doing a great job of maintaining some clarity for the vocal. And I still don't feel like the vocals getting drowned between all these elements. So I think this is a really well balanced mix with the context of there being a lot of things happening at the same time.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too messy or muddy.
Yeah.
Sounds good, Wubs. I hope it goes well.
Sunny smile. Don't look back and ask what should have I done to it now. See how joy helps overcome the positive things we could say. Help light the path for the love we made. When will we learn to love together, to help, to hold, to embrace and tell you this, don't hesitate. Cherish these moments now before it's too late. Don't wait, don't wait. So here's my
This is another, again, just
I love those vocal pans too.
same. Vocal layering is beautiful. Here's another idea, Senna. This is a really, really good, tight pop song structure. I think keep the song as is. It's like 3 minutes long. There's a 2-minute version in this if you wanted to do a radio edit of this. So like you could go here just as an idea. It doesn't mean that this part needs it because it's like 2:55. It's not that long. But if you wanted a tight pop radio record, you could have it at like 1:55 and it'd be good. So like
path for the love
last hook,
now before it's too late. Don't wait, don't wait.
right here.
So here's my
And then it goes and then it goes into a bridge and then like another outro after that. But I think from a technical standpoint, you could tag "For it's too late, do wait, and then like fade out with just like the snaps in the guitar for a second there, like here, right? So
embrace and telling you
full hook.
don't hesitate. Cherish these moments now before it's too late. Don't wait, don't wait.
If that would like repeat it again, like so if you basically we're doing, and then you repeated the acoustic guitar there, like
And
just
then fade out.
yeah, just basically like loop that for like another 8 bars or something, and then do like an 8-second fade out right there. You would essentially have like a 2-minute and 5-second verse, hook, powerhouse structure as a radio edit to the song. You would just need to probably do it like add one of the ad libs and the vocal tags in the end to like keep it interesting, keep it going, and then loop that last guitar, just another 4 bars. Loop the guitar another 4 bars. Then you have this beautiful 3-minute pop structure, fantastic, and then you have a tight 2-minute song, like 2-minute pop song that just punches. It's in and out really quick. Verse hook, outro. Just to have like some, I know you like options, so I'm throwing that idea out there. That's not a correction on anything. The song's not too long. It's not uninteresting at all, but it could be nice to have some options of having like a tight radio edit that's like 2 minutes. Great for playlisting, tons of opportunity for the
definitely.
artist. And then of course, I like the bridge though. So it's not a correction at all on what you have here because I do like this outro.
No, bro's always trying to cut my bridges and my my exciting little elements that I want to add
No,
to the end of my songs.
I just think, yeah, options. You just need options, right? You just got to
Just
decide.
kidding.
If you're going to have 5 versions of a song, then you can play around a little bit more. If you're only going to have one, you got to really choose what that song
For
does.
sure. It's valid. It's valid.
I love this artist's vocals, dude. You could even splice to basically take your last big hook. Another idea, options. You take your last big hook that ends at like 141, right around that pocket. Take your last, or 150 maybe, last hook, chop the low acoustic with the tag, chop the bridge, and go straight down from big hook to this low hook right here. Da-da-da-da-da. You have the big one up here, and then that way you have a more natural outro. Big hook, double hook, low, and a natural fade out at the end. That might feel more cohesive. Still, about 2 minutes and 10 seconds, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Super tight. Options. But then you still get an outro with this vibe, which is cool.
Cherish these moments before it's too late. Don't wait, don't wait, don't wait. The positive things we could
So good, dude.
I say,
Super cool, man. Y'all give it up
How
one
is
time for the
Derek
family.
so talented?
So
dude?
talented, bro. So talented. Okay, so if there's any bullet points to what I would focus on, would be road in the intro, get it back lined up to the grid. So it's with all, because it's pretty lonely there anyways. There's only like 2 or 3 elements. So get it back in line with everything that's there. So it feels super polished. And then I do agree with Soundmind that I don't think it's AI, but I do think the snare does sound a little sharp. It sounds a little abrasive compared to this, like especially with the vocal, how soft everything feels. Like this is such an easy listen. It's vibey, it's soft and saturated, and that's across all of the production structures. And then that snare's a little sharp, a little abrasive. So I would either just make some very, very minor processing adjustments to it or layering to it to rebalance it out. And then I think you're good to go. And then of course, have some fun with song structure. I already know you already do. This song, as is, gorgeous. I love the structure. It's not too
Impeccable.
long. It's not drawn out. But if you want to do another tighter radio option, like a radio edit that gets you well under 3 minutes into the 220 range, then I think you do have some options, dude. But you're so incredibly talented. Such an amazing composer. You do so well with facilitating these great records, knowing what vocalist to get, what piano player would be the best on here. Do we need trumpet or do we need sax? Does this need to be more vibrant? Does it need to be a little bit more low key? Or should we just have both options, right? You do such a great job of facilitating these beautiful, beautiful records, man. So y'all give it up one time for the family. For the family. Very, very, very well done. And let's see what we got here. If you're not already following Derek Senna, if you're not already streaming the music, then you are missing out. You are absolutely, absolutely missing out. And then let me see. Dude, of course. Of course. All right, we got Hello Sky in the building. The family. Another one I'm working on. Still chilling at home. Love you guys. And we love you, Hello Sky.
I know. We love you so much.
So excited
I'm so sad and sorry that you've been so sick.
And hopefully, dude, hopefully you feel better soon, man. I hate that, man. I hate it. And let's see. All right, how to French kiss a sunflower. What a intriguing
Maybe we'll
name.
hold off on the giveaway till tomorrow so more people can have an opportunity. Oh, there's Gary. Wait.
Gary,
you're back.
Gary,
What's
hop
up,
in the
dude?
chat. Let me know that you're here. And all right, downloaded. Hello Sky. All right, this is How to French Kiss a Sunflower. I love the name. That's super interesting
Yeah,
already.
that's cool.
Let's get into it, man.
Definitely attention grabbing.
Any details that you have on this or that you want us to know? Drop it in the chat. Let us know. I'm excited.
Okay, Gary, we are going to give you 10 in credit.
Yes, sir. And let me add that to your name.
Thanks to Kaylin, hopped in at the perfect time.
Hey,
I
let's
was
go,
literally
Kaylin.
about to be like, that was thanks to Kaylin, who isn't in the chat right now. But then you literally hopped in. What are the odds of that?
It's fate.
That was low-key insane.
I love that. So
So
you
yeah,
have
Kaylin donated some credit, and I know you were trying to get on. So Gary, you get an extra boost. You got 10. And that is thanks to Kaylin.
shout out to Kaylin, man. Shout out to the family. All right, let's get into this Hello Sky record.
And also Gabriel, we might have time to get you today as well. It just depends how quick these next couple go.
Yeah, so we technically have 2. I have the line closed to new coming in.
But we might be able to get Sky right now because I already know Sky doesn't need branding.
Okay.
Gary will go over branding. And then Gabriel, you don't need branding really, right? But of course you can ask questions. So I think we can definitely get you 3.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that, man. Shout out to
So we'll still
shout
get
out
you,
to Kaylin.
Gabriel.
Kaylin is the man. That's the family right there.
Yeah,
I appreciate
Gary,
y'all so much.
We definitely wanted to donate it to you because I know you were having trouble earlier and it's your first time. So we're really happy and pleased that you're able to join our live stream today.
We say it all the time, man, especially when people that come in for the first time and maybe they haven't been in a structure like this and seen the way it works or whatever it may be.
Yeah, of course,
such
Gabriel.
an incredibly generous community. Such an incredibly generous community. People are always wanting to help people out, put them on, give them a boost and stuff like that. So we always encourage people, especially if it's your first time, stick around for a minute, see what it's all about, plug into the community a little bit. And I promise you, people take care of each other all the time.
It's a super generous
All the time.
and kind, loving, encouraging community. For sure.
All right, let's go, Sky. Let's get this underway here. So last couple here, y'all.
Everyone gets what? A kiss? I'm just kidding. What do you mean?
Love the vocal chops. Nice mix on this too, man.
I love that. I don't know, bro. I'm just out here vibing to your music. And also just out here thinking that you might be high on that whatever meds the doc gave you.
I love that, dude. I love it.
We can't talk about that on TikTok. Don't ban us. That's sick.
You want the moon?
It's like my favorite sample.
Just
Dude.
say the word and I'll throw a lasso around it.
Dude, he loves.
I love that. It's my
he
favorite.
loves quoting that line.
It's my favorite part of the movie. I'll just make some
It's
fucked
not-
up versions of it all the
Okay,
time.
hold on. Pause this.
Okay,
No,
okay.
no. It's not some old TV show, bro. It is literally It's a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life. My favorite Christmas movie.
It's so good.
If you have not seen It's a Wonderful Life, do yourself a favor. Watch it. I mean, it's not Christmas time, but you know. Don't say some old show, bro.
Jesus, bro.
No.
You mean the classic? What do you want, the moon?
What do you want? The moon?
I'll throw a lasso in it.
He's
Shove it up your
literally-
ass. I just always do some
He
twisted twist on
literally
it.
says that. He fucks up the,
I quote it all the time just to
he fucks up the wholesome vibes, bro.
just to mess with it. All right, let's get back into it.
He's like, take a lasso and pull it around and shove it up your ass.
God.
Throw a lasso
Sorry,
around it.
guys.
Pull it down.
Oh, I got you. I got
Oh,
you.
okay. I was about to be like, okay, so you've seen the movie?
This balance
Kaylin.
right here.
We're stupid. We're always on funny drugs.
This balance right here, I'm really, really liking. It's like just noisy enough. Lets the sample shine. It's really clean, dude. It's really, really close. Mo Sims, welcome in. I love that. I love that.
No, because leave it to Torvik to like ruin the most wholesome vibes. Like, I will literally just be like, can you stop repeating that?
I'd be out of pocket sometimes, I'll be honest with you. Man, show some love to the family, dude. This sounds so
Same.
good. Hello, Sky.
That's why we go well together.
It sounds so good. It's really, really well done. I honestly feel like you could like technically put this out as is, and I think it's a great
Oh,
mix. It's
easy.
really, really well balanced. It's phenomenal. I hear you saying you feel like it's really close and that you might want to do a little bit more to it. If there is any part of it that I would do more to, it's the breakdown before that vocal sample that we're talking about comes in. I think that might be a pocket where you could have one additional lead element, some bells, some like DX7, some little chimes or something like that just makes it a little more open, and then transition back into the beat. Once the beat is there, personal opinion, once the beat is there, I think it's locked in. I personally wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't add too much, my
I
opinion.
was thinking a little bit of extra percussion, so you saying that is
Yeah.
kind of just validating what I was already feeling.
Yep.
But otherwise, like, bro, this is on
Really good.
this is on my repeat playlist.
I think
you
you got
already
it.
know.
I think you got
already
it.
know.
I think this
Retrack,
is
I hope your
great.
visit with your grandpa goes well.
Let's go.
I'm already bobbing my head because I'm ready for it to play, and then he's holding his finger on it,
Yep.
like not playing it. There we go.
I didn't want to interrupt you.
Thank you. That's
We're going crazy with this move, y'all. Love this
Exactly.
like filter opening up. Like all of this, I'm liking a lot. I personally think it sounds great. Very clean. Punchy though.
What's up, Cat? Good to see you.
What's up, Cat? Hey, you as
Right
well.
back to you.
Just wouldn't mess with this too much. It's really nice. Nicely saturated.
Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations, Sam.
Yeah. Okay, so here. This is where it empties out a little bit.
What's up, Trill?
What's up, Trill? What's up, baby? How you feeling? So it's D sharp major, right? So over this like seventh, this is kind of your little pocket, right? To the D sharp major. We're good, Trill. We're in the middle of our move right now, so all of the stuff is unplugged and packed up.
I'm sure
and
to
it's,
other people it feels like we've been saying that forever, but
Yeah.
like it is just such a process.
This is a drawn out move. This move is going to take us probably like 6 weeks total, 5-6 weeks total
Yeah.
between bouncing around, traveling back. Like we'll be
So
in,
basically the house that we're aiming to move into is not ready, so we have to live in an in-between place
for like a
So-
month. So we have to like unpack, keep working, keep
and
doing
we
what we're
are
doing.
moving cities, which is like 5 hours away, so it can't,
Yeah.
it's a lot.
It's just, yeah, it's crazy. So we're good, but also like it's like stressful. We're just, it's just a
Yeah.
lot. It's a lot going on at the same time to like maintain working, maintain all of that stuff, man.
But yeah,
wild.
overall we're doing okay. Thank you so much for checking in, and that's so sweet.
I love that, dude. Okay, so it's the D sharp major over the G sharp, right? And then over the top, right there. That little, I love that movement. So what I love would be when you go to your breakdown doing one counter melody. Dude, love you so much, bro. Seriously, man. Always appreciate you coming
Dude,
in.
yeah,
You're
you
so
get
in love,
it.
man.
You get it. So
Yeah.
yeah, when it's another city and it's kind of far away, it's like that much more, we're got to figure out like our stuff staying in storage and like
And then what I
what's
need you
gonna
to
be
work.
okay because it's not climate controlled, and then what we need with us and all that kind of
gonna be
stuff,
crazy.
all the details, while also making sure that we can pay our bills, right?
Right, it's crazy. Like,
So
we'll,
yeah, but
we'll be in one place
but I
for a
know
month
you get
and
it,
then
Trill.
move.
You absolutely get it, and we really appreciate you checking in, and we love you too.
Always, man. Always,
love.
man. Same with dude. Same
Thanks,
with you,
Hello
man.
Sky. We love
What's
you so
up, Moog?
much.
What's up?
Your
Okay,
family,
so
too.
you got this kind of like
Good to see you, Moog.
G sharp major 7 over the top, and then basically to that D sharp with the 7th. Beautiful. I love that in the production. It sounds so good, dude. So what I think what would sound good would be a counter melody over the top leading to the 7th, right? So when you're on the G sharp, when you're on the G sharp major, your 7th to that chord is that G. So if you had, and that kind of led into that
Can
chord.
you play it on top of the track so we can hear it?
Yeah. And then when you switch here, when you do the G again, that leads to the third, not to get too technical, but the third major of the D sharp too. So let me back down. I think that would be a good little lift in the high end with like a piano or a bell or something like that to help keep that, the breakdown that you have there a little bit gluier. And you could bring it into the B section of your hook too later on to make it a little more interesting. So like, let this run, let it move. Let this sit for a second, and then back in.
What do you want?
Maybe higher or lower.
You want the moon? Just say the word and I'll throw
So
a
off the
lasso
7th there,
around it
right?
and pull it down.
So you could have on your B section there, introduce just the melody.
Yeah, I do like that.
that just kind of fills in. And then I think what would be interesting is then on the percussive side, because I just think it almost like darkens too much to where you lose a little bit of energy, would be to have some like shimmery thing come in, whether that's like really resonant synthesis at the top, whether it's like a really, really slow, like a really, really slow cymbal or something that just kind of washes. So you're kind of here on the breakdown. Here. And bring it back in. Maybe bring in a little bit of that melody. Like whatever that looks like, right? But something that like keeps some rhythmic structure in there and some high end in there, so it doesn't feel like it mellows down to that loop too much. And then adding in, a little bit of a transition,
Exactly, yeah.
stuff like pumped cymbal at the top right there, kind of trashy and washy.
Hey, Trill, I didn't know that. Congratulations.
Let's go, dude! I love it.
That's awesome.
Super
I was
excited
gonna
for you,
say, I
man.
thought you just moved into your mom, so that is crazy.
I love
you
that, man.
did a lot. You completely get it.
Yep, absolutely.
That's a lot.
Exactly. So it keeps that part from feeling too mellow and too looped because there's little wrenches in the system, right? Yeah, so like more fully, a little wash, maybe all of the above, right? So maybe you introduce one little high melody right there that helps keep it a little bit more ethereal, and then you add a little bit of like leaves, rustling and a little bit of wind for just a second, and then you pull it out a little bit, and then you add a washy cymbal in there just to make it feel less looped in that pocket before the that vocal sample comes back into play, and then you transition back to the beat. And then if you want to add any of that back in later on, like
But
the high
still,
melody or the
that's
cymbals,
still a lot,
you can
dude.
kind of bring it back into play there. That'd be like my one suggestion there, so you don't lose too much energy. Rest of it, dude, done. Sold. It's ready to go.
Yeah,
Like
it's hard
super
to do
good.
anything in music or even live streaming in an apartment, bro. It's like it's not really conducive.
I mean, yeah, my drum set's been packed up in the back of my car
Yeah.
for the last 6 weeks.
But honestly, the studio spaces weren't working out here either, so
Yeah.
it's just like it gets kind of tricky.
We'll finally be able to just do everything that we want to do full force, which is going
Yeah,
to be a dream. It's
exactly.
going to be really hard to get there. We still have like 5 weeks before we can even like move into the home, but it's like once we get there, it's game over.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I'm
game
excited.
over, dude.
I'm
We'll
so
actually
ready.
be able to like actually do what we want to do for the first time in years.
Oof.
All right, I'm loving this sky. Beautiful, dude. I can't wait, dude.
Yes.
Can't wait.
Then you guys can finally come visit.
Yeah, we'll have spare rooms, 100%, dude.
Just say the word and I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down.
No, just renting.
But the studio will be twice as big as the last space we were at. Literally. So then maybe you go B section here, you add back in the melodies. Like let's just play out, you add in the shaker, you open it up, right? And then all of a sudden,
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that.
adds a little bit of back over the C minor.
Which I could picture. Are you saying to do that in keys? Piano?
Piano, I like piano, but it could be,
I like piano, but I could also picture it in some kind of percussion, like we were saying.
yeah, like
Some kind of bells,
a
some kind of-
marimba or like, yeah, bells or something like
Or,
that.
Chimes, like you were saying.
Exactly. Something a little tiny. You know what I mean?
Ting, ting.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna make
It'll
it
balance
happen.
it out
We just
nice.
it's been so hard lately to like be like people are like, dude, when could we come work? Like when could we all this stuff? And it's like, dude, it's been
Dude,
insane.
we're just trying to survive.
The last couple of years have been insane, dude. It's like it's been wild, but it's all gonna come to fruition. It's gonna work out the way that it was
Oh, I'm
supposed to.
excited. Hello, Sky. That sounds
Yes,
fire.
dude, 100%. So honestly, those are creative ideas. If you're already saying it feels like you want to add a couple other things, I think those are some options. Some more fully, some transitional elements, some high-end melodies to bridge the gap when you lose some steam in the mix, which I love. You need the dynamic range. But then when it comes to the rest of this song structure, 100% locked in. It sounds beautiful. It's mixed
Thank you
really
so much,
well.
Trill.
It's balanced beautifully, dude.
Happy for you too.
It's gonna be so clean. So I just, dude, yeah. Beyond that, It's ready to go, man. I wouldn't even touch the mix too much. You're in a great spot with it, dude. Thank you so, and you too, man. So happy for you, man. You've been going crazy,
Sky, any other questions for us? I know we know where you're at.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, please let me know, man. Any other questions, anything else you want me to listen for? But yeah, that'd be my only suggestion.
And then
is
Gary,
filling in that
you're
gap.
next. Let us know you're still here in the chat.
Hello, Sky is the family. Ready,
Absolutely.
getting ready to launch some music under this name now for the first time after, you know, a long time of having to kind of redo what they were doing and kind of getting into a different headspace with their music. So I cannot
I'm
wait.
seeing it as meant to be.
Cannot wait, man.
I'm so ready.
Cannot wait. Gary, I got you right here. And
There you go. Perfect, Gary. Good to see you.
whoops.
I don't know why his chat is not popping up.
Do I need to?
No, it's good. But see how that first one didn't? It's so weird that
Oh,
I'm
that's
here.
interesting.
I think if they repeat something they've already said before, it won't put it on here. It's
Oh,
really
interesting.
strange. Yeah. So I made this as a joke for a girl that ghosted me and made music, but I write raps. Hello. It's me and my SM7B against the world. All right.
How do you feel about the bass line coming in on the second half? I didn't hear anything I didn't like.
Yeah, let's see.
What do you want?
Want them on?
Pull it down.
Yeah. The way it is right there, I love. It's smooth, it's seamless, if that's what you're talking about.
Or after this sample. Both of them sound good to me, so.
Yeah, I think the bass line's perfectly fine right there. Yeah, I didn't notice anything that was off-putting at all right there. Like you're talking about the little swell underneath it, right? The boom, and then it kind of hits in that little reverse right there. Yeah. I don't think anything's off-putting at all. Not at
Yeah,
all.
and then Gary, just a reminder that these are actually saved to Twitch for 2 weeks and then to YouTube indefinitely. So if you would like to refer back to anything that we say during your consultation, you can.
Hell yeah.
One thing I would like to know to prepare for my portion of the breakdown is do you have any songs distributed yet, or what are your goals as far as your music career goes?
Absolutely. All right, final draft to leave as open verse and remove the outro made as a joke. Okay, cool. So this one has an opening, right, for an open verse, it looks like. And then let's get into the track here. All right, this is called Bella Ciao. I'm excited. Let's
Love
get
you,
into it.
Hello Sky.
Dude,
You're
all
the
love,
best.
man.
Big shout out to Hello
All
Sky,
love, all
guys. Go
love.
make sure that you're following him on
Love
all
you, dude.
platforms. He is, like Torvik was saying, about to release under this new name, Hello Sky, on all platforms. He's an incredible producer, makes incredible lo-fi. We just absolutely adore him in here, to be
Seriously.
honest.
It's a family, man.
I have nothing out. I want to drop a little project, but I make more bar worky stuff. Okay.
All right, let's get into it, man.
Yeah,
Hello,
Hello
Sky.
Sky, if you want to hop in the
Hop over on Talk.
TikTok chat.
Hop over on the talk. Yeah, now some of y'all that are over on TikTok, now that we have those lines closed up, we're over on our main platform.
Okay, no
which
worries.
is the purple app.
Tell your mom we said hi. It's been a while.
All right, Bella Ciao. Let's get into
We
it,
got
man.
a little bit to say.
Big
I
Chan
think.
done for today, but we will be back tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely.
At least we're aiming to be.
All right, Gary G, let me know really quick to some of your process in recording. Is this a YouTube beat? Is it a BeatStars 2-track? Are you multi-tracking this? Are you self-engineering? Are you sending it to someone? Are you tracking in a studio? Et cetera, et cetera. Let me know some of the details. Let's get into it. This is Bella Ciao by Gary G. Let's go.
Yeah.
Everybody go follow Hello Sky.
Some shit to say. Don't take this too seriously though, for real. This is a joke. Alright, look. Why you do me like that? Tell me why you
That's
do me
huge,
like
Troll.
that. Right or feel
Everyone go tap in with Troll.
Are you live
Definitely.
tonight, bro?
Tell me why you do me like that. Came here after skating, I'm hoping this Gucci guilty hold me down. Parked away, then she text me, told me to bring the whip around. I just hope it ain't awkward because.
And let me know what you're recording with too. BeatStars
Hey,
track.
this has potential.
The muse came to me today. What I said in my head when I
Cool.
seen her that day. Blue dress, brown boots, and a beautiful face. Love her voice. I'd say it's kinda raspy with grace. It must be the cigarettes that she's
Nice.
smoking.
Y'all definitely go tap into a Troll. He's the ultimate hype guy.
I'll
He'll
stop
give
in.
you some tips on how to promote better.
B&B's cause I
I'll
don't
stop
know
in
what
tonight
else
if I can find a
open.
spot.
Food trash, but it ain't like this always.
Definitely.
Immigrant American girl, I can swing both ways. Something on her tooth, but she pretty always. Neon lights shining, really make her look showcase. It's getting late, but I'll keep my eyes open. Ain't sure if she feeling me, but I'ma keep hoping. It's mad late and tomorrow I open. But she rolled a split, so I guess I'll keep toking. Time to go, hope to go to sleep by 4. She asking me to drive her through the door. And right before she stepping out the door, she acting like she really wanted more. I was nervous like I ain't do this before, but there really nothing else I wanted more. Now I'm cheesing, dipping out, got the pedal to the floor. Too bad that she don't text me anymore. Why you do me like that? Tell me why you do me like that. I ride her fuel.
This has a lot of potential,
Why you do me
Gary.
like that? Damn shawty, tell me why you do me like that. Why you do me like that? Tell me why you do me like that. Riding fuel. Why you do me like that? Damn shawty, tell me why you do me like that. Nah, cause for real, let me just say something real quick, man. Man, you're evil for that.
I was thinking that.
I know.
And then not text me back.
It's got that potential, like low key,
That's
easy.
crazy.
Yeah, there's so much potential for this vibe. Honestly, I was gonna say it doesn't even seem like a joke
I
track.
respect the hustle though. Big fan, man.
It's like a serious joke track. I get the feel.
Man.
Yeah. It's like not taking itself too seriously, but still has like good
But still
structure.
good, yeah. Really nice, Gary.
I like the beat
that
too.
was cool.
It's an easy listen. Y'all show some love to Gary G. Gary G, I'm so glad we got this in today. Shout out once again to Kaylin for that extra credit to get you pushed a little bit farther too, man. I'm glad we got to get this. That
Yeah,
is
big
Bella Ciao
love.
by Gary G. Let's run it from the top. Let's run it in. Okay, so the biggest thing I'm going to focus on, you got a decent balance on the mix itself for the production, right? The biggest thing I want you to focus on is vocal production as a whole. We'll talk through a couple details of that. This has to do with your tonality, with the register and timbre of your vocal, the way that you layer, the positioning of those layers, and then of course how you process. Now, I don't want to dump too much information on you because then it's just overwhelming and you don't know where to start, but I'll give you some foundational things that I would work on to structure your vocal production a little bit better, because it can be the difference between you feeling what you're saying and just hearing a vocal. It's like the difference between, like, you ever had someone just talk at you versus like have a conversation with you and like telling a story well? It's kind of the difference sometimes that good vocal production, good vocal takes and stuff like that can make, right? Where it feels like someone's like just reading a song to me and it's a cool song and it's a vibey beat and some good lyric structure and a good flow and stuff like that, and me believing you and feeling what you're doing. So that's what I want to dig into just briefly here. I'll give you some nuggets that hopefully will help with that process, but I think you have a ton of potential, Gary. I think you're a talented lyricist.
Absolutely.
You got good rhythm control, good flow.
No doubts there.
Yeah, really, really cool, man. I'm excited for you because the potential's there. You can always improve on your craft. So I'm excited for you, man.
We got a little bit to say, I think.
I also like that you introduce your vocal super early on. I immediately am like, oh, there's an artist in front of me. I'm going to stick around and see what you say. I might hate it after 40 seconds, but at least I stuck around and got you a stream, right? So I
Exactly.
think it's always beneficial, at least nowadays, if your goal is placement, your goal is playlisting, to introduce your vocal early on as much as you have the capacity to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some shit to say. Don't take this too seriously though, for real, this is a joke. Alright, look. Why you do me like that? Tell me why you do me like that. Rider fuel. Why you do me like that? Damn shawty, tell me why you do me like that. Came here after skating, I'm hoping this Gucci guilty hold me down, parked away this
So you're technically going to verse right there, right? Once you switch flow, is that the start of your verse?
Came here after skating, I'm hoping this Gucci guilty hold me down, parked away this shit text
And then your hook is just, why'd you do me like that, right? Okay. Let me back it up a little bit. I might have a...
Alright, look.
Okay, I have one idea. Let me hear how long this intro goes real quick.
We got a little bit to say, I think. Yeah. I always got some shit to say.
So 2 bars in.
Don't take this too seriously though, for real, this is a joke.
Like that. Sorry, why
Alright,
you doing
look.
like that?
Why you do me like that?
Okay, so one idea I have, so you do introduce a vocal early on, but I do feel like there's not enough like intrigue or energy at the start of this mix to like really make, as on the consumer side, this is less about engineering, right? But more like on the consumer side, to make me really, really want to keep listening to the next parts that are about to come. I think one easy way to do that and just get people's attention is to introduce your hook early on. I love that you start with your hook. You do wait for the beat to drop to do that. I would love for you to maybe consolidate your phrasing on your intro right there to something a little bit tighter. And even when the beat's not in the mix yet, start with the hook. Why you do me like that?
Perfect
you do me
example
like
of
that?
when to use a hook is to hook your audience.
Yeah,
quick.
it's literally, that. Yes, I'm here, TikTok.
Exactly.
Wait, drag the slider to fit the puzzle.
Oh, that's different.
What the heck?
The little puzzle it makes you do.
Man, they're really trying to get away from the role. Like, dude, I don't even know how to do this, and I'm a human. What the heck? Sorry, it's like a puzzle popped up on the screen. It was like a weird one. Anyways, would be to introduce your hook early, right? So even before the beat drops, do the why'd you do me like that? How you do me like that? Right, that little structure right there. Introduce it early, and then the beat drops, and then you have an even more powerful version of that. So why you do me like that? That whole structure right there going into your hook, and then maybe a little bit wider vocal structure. So you have your lead with your double, have a left and a right that maybe has some different tonality to it. It makes it feel more like a gang vocal. It's got a little bit more support. You have like a lower, why you do me like that on one side, and why you do me like that? Something a little bit more energetic on each side, and it gives your vocal some like punch and some support to where it doesn't feel like
I love that.
you have some energy to it, but it's like almost too nonchalant. Where it's like, I don't believe that you care that she did you like that, because it's almost like too chill, right? And the way that you perform does reflect what your lyrics are saying, right? So if someone was like, I'm super angry, but they're like, I'm super angry, I can't believe that you said that. I was like, well, I don't believe you. You don't seem angry at all, right? You got to support that with the way you perform your vocal.
There's someone else besides Mac Miller that I'm thinking of, and I just really can't think of it right now, and it's bothering me. Who is this reminding you guys of? Drop some names in the chat.
Drop some names in the chat, right? But I think introducing that hook early would be a good way for you not have to fill in too much and establish the power of your hook
for inspiration.
really, really quick. And people are locked
Tell me
in.
why you do me like that, right or fuel? Why you do me like that? Damn, shawty, tell me why you do me like that. Came here after skating, I'm hoping this Gucci guilty hold me down. Parked away, then she text me, told me to bring the whip around. I just hope it ain't awkward because the speakers ain't so round, but she gorgeous.
Did you get some movement to your vocal? I'm not mad.
The muse came to me today. What I said in my head.
Some good flow
Tay,
switches.
thank you so much.
There's a lot of movement there that I love. Thank you so much, Tay. I appreciate you hopping in.
I hope you have a good stream too if you stream today.
Some good changes, some good flow and stuff like that, right? Okay, so let's talk and then I'll skip ahead because this affects a couple different aspects of this. I want you to punch up that hook, right? So when it comes to your vocal structure, I want to very easily be able to distinguish what your hook and your verse is here. Now you do obviously by rhythm, right? Your flow changes, but it also changes during the verse, right? So when it comes to your hook, support it with stacks, right? So you have a little bit of a drier vocal in your verses, maybe a single with accents, right? Singles with in and outs gives you that little bit of punch, and you can place those in and outs a little bit wider so they're not right behind it. It opens up a little bit. Let's go. I love that, tape. So that's one way, right? Position those a little bit farther to the outside so you open up your vocal structure. It doesn't feel too narrow, right? And then on your hook, stack it a bit more. Get a double left and right. Get an accent on your lead vocal. And like we said, maybe some gang vocals. Maybe some, do you like that? With like this kind of a throwaway vocal off the mic by 6 feet. Just gives you some punch and some texture. I think that would be beneficial to structure it with something that would really, really benefit your hook and make it feel super vibrant, super punchy, energetic, right? Now, let me skip forward a little bit, and then I want to get into your vocal processing really briefly. Like you said, you're a bit newer to this. You're still working out. Like you said, I'd have CLA vocals on there, a bus with reverb and delay, and that's it. So I want to I'll give you like one kind of quick nugget that I think will help give your vocal a little bit more punch, and then we can kind of go from there. CLA vocals, I don't mind. I have it, right? And I've never put it on a song. I've used it. I've done all the different stuff with it, and I've never put it on a song. It's a good umbrella plugin on already well-established vocals, right? It's not a great, in my personal opinion, it's not a great all-in-one plugin to take care of all of the processing of your vocal, because it's just missing some control. And if the performance doesn't like serve what that plugin just automatically does, then you're just going to feel like you're missing something with like a little bit of processing on it. If you already have a good EQ and a good compressor on there, it can be a good umbrella that kind of sits over the top of that to give you a little bit of width, a little bit of brightness, a little bit of punch, like a little extra compression and stuff like that. But as an all-in-one, you're going to be pretty limited on controlling the quality of your vocal. So I would encourage you to do two things before. Let me play it for a second here, and then we'll go into this last little thing, and then we'll move on.
Before she's stepping out the door, She acting like she really wanted more. I was nervous like I ain't do this before, but there really nothing else I wanted more.
So right there, you have these beautiful da 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 da. I love that attitude. Like I love where that sits right there. But that's where I would have your accents all the way on the left and all the way on the right, or at least like 50% to the outside. That way, when they stack, they actually do kind of wake up the mix a little bit. Makes it feel a little bit more vibrant. Makes it feel a little bit more energetic. If they're all kind of right next to each other, right down the middle, you'll hear them there, but they don't really add anything to the mix. You'll hear the tone of it, the texture change in the vocal, like that little bit of chorusing on the vocal, but you don't really get any extra like width or power or punch in the.
What do you
in the
mean by
vocal structure.
sacrifices?
I did make some. And full priority on the true source of make some sacrifices. What's up, Tavo? Welcome in, baby. How you feeling, man?
Tavo.
It's so good to see you
We'd
here,
love
bro.
to see Tavo hop on in.
Yeah. Let me know what you mean by that, and then let me get into this last
Now
little
I'm
section.
cheesing, dipping now, got the pedal to the floor. Too bad that she
Syllable counts and repeating words.
I see. So you compromised between telling the exact story you want to tell and maybe changing your flow and your syllable counts and stuff like that to make sure the story was still there, kind of a thing, kind of compromise between the two.
don't text me anymore. Why you do me like that?
How you doing, Tavo, man? I hope you're doing all
Tell
right.
me why you do me like that? I ride her fuel. Why you do me like that?
So like here's like this is where I would have those extra stacks, that little bit of additional information right here.
Why you do me like that? Tell me why you do me like that? I ride her fuel. Why you do me like that? Damn,
Like
shawty.
immediately having that one layer. You don't have to be a good singer. One layer on one
You're
note.
our favorite Tavo.
Dude, Tyler, we love you so much, dude. And
Yeah,
thank
we
you
do.
for the heart me. That literally one note, you don't have to be a good singer, just auto-tune it, who cares? One note right over the top immediately adds like so much more additional information.
Why you do me like that? I ride her fuel. Why you do me like that? Damn, shawty. Tell me why you do me like that? Why you do me like that?
And now it feels more like a distinct hook. Now I'm like, oh, that's way different than the verse, way different like production structure for the vocals, stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah, this is a really solid foundation though, Gary. I'm excited to hear how this progresses.
Love you so much, Tavo. Okay, last thing I'll say. So when it comes to your actual vocal production, the vocal like mix itself, it's clean and clear. You're getting, there's no clipping. It's nice and clean and clear. I don't really mind a lot of the vocal structure you have there. It is kind of soft, right? Like your vocal performance feels soft. For one, I would track with a little bit, like memorize structures of the song, perform with like a little bit more energy and gain stage accordingly. Two things that I think would help open up your signal a little bit more would be number one, a slightly reductive EQ. I'll talk about that. And one additional compressor going into CLA vocals. Again, there's more in-depth options to this, but you already have CLA on there, so I'm going to work with it because it's baked in and it has a lot going for it in that one plugin. But what I would do first would be a slightly reductive EQ, pull a little bit of mud away. You don't need too much of this in yours, right? But just as a general example, pull a little bit of mud away between 100 and 300 hertz. So if there's any boominess or any muddiness, you pull that away. The SM7B, I have one. SM7B tends to be kind of mellow and dark, so you need to overcompensate for that a bit and tightly compress, saturate well, and brighten it a bit. Even with the present switch on the back of it, you can get a little bit more out of it. You got to work with the SM7B. They're pretty dark, pretty mellow, not like a large diaphragm condenser, right? So I would, on your reductive EQ, if there's any mud, any boominess that you're hearing or anything just feels kind of flat, take control of that between 100 and 300 hertz. On the top end of the vocal, this is where you need to start lifting a little bit, right? So around for your vocal in your range, I would probably go around like 9,000 hertz-ish. 9,000 hertz, there's no rules to this, but just as a general kind of idea, 9,000 hertz, and pick it up just 3 dB, nothing too crazy. You're not going to crank it and make it harsh and brittle and nasty sounding. That's not what you want. But you do want it to sit over the production a little bit more. You want it to cut through with a little bit more clarity and hear more of your natural vocal structure. So at like 8,000 hertz, 9,000 hertz, you can go higher if you want to, 9,000 hertz-ish. Bring it up just a soft high shelf, about 3 dB. It's going
What's
to
up,
brighten your
Fitted?
vocal.
Good to see you.
It's going to open it up a bit. Fitted Santana, good to see you, bro. And then on the compression side, I would have one more compressor underneath that before you get to CLA. So you've tightened up your vocal EQ, made it a little bit more open, a little bit brighter. And then right after that, in my opinion, I would go with something like, so if you have CLA vocals, I'm assuming you have the Waves subscription or a pack or something like that. I would go with a CLA 76. It's an 1176 emulation. I use the one from Universal Audio. The 76 is probably my favorite compressor. It's phenomenal. So you would use in your situation is CLA 76, 76, 76. And then as far as the settings on there, there's some nuance to this. So I don't want to give you something too exact because everyone's signal is going to be a bit different, But I would tend to go with kind of a medium attack. This is going to help you with punch in your vocal, like a medium-ish attack where it's going to allow your initial vocal to cut in before it starts compressing it, and a fairly slow release, like a medium to slow release, right? At 4:1. I'm going to go a little bit punchier with you because your voice is soft. So 4:1 ratio on a CLA 76, kind of a medium attack, so your vocal cuts in well, and then compresses it in a slow release. So it hangs onto the vocal for a while before your next lines cut in, right? And then all you're going to do is raise your input. You're going to raise your input on that CLA 76 till you're getting, honestly, 5-6 dB, maybe even up to 5-6 dB of reduction. So you're going to see that signal hitting and it's cutting back. You're getting gain reduction. You're going to go about 5 to 6 dB. Then your vocal is going to punch. It's going to feel like more energetic. It's going to slice through the mix a little bit more. Your dynamic range is going to be controlled. You have a little bit brighter EQ because you've already controlled your mud and cranked the high end about 2-3 dB. It's slicing in a little bit more. And then you have CLA vocals to add that like width, a little reverb, a little delay, a little fun stuff, right? But the foundation of your vocal is brighter, more controlled, and more punchy in the mix. Just those two plugins right there, I will transform the way your vocal sounds leading into CLA vocals. That's what I would start with. That will completely change the way your lead vocal sounds. It's going to be way more energetic and way more punchy, man. But y'all show some love. That's where I would start, Gary. I think as a lyricist, as a rapper, your flow and cadence is fun. Even like the vibe of the song, like it.
Definitely.
I like the way it feels. You have a lot going for you. I think you're super talented.
I wish
man.
I could think of the names that I am trying to think of for inspiration, but maybe they'll come to me and I'll drop them in the Discord. If you're not already in the Discord,
course, man.
definitely hop in there.
Lots of potential.
But yeah, let's go over the rough process that we tend to
Use the restroom quick.
recommend in case there's any tips we can give that you find helpful. This is just what we recommend because we feel like this is the most foolproof way, but of course it's not black and white. You can definitely do your own thing, put your own spin on anything that we're saying. So while you're building up your catalog of music that you would like to release and getting it up to industry standard, getting it to, sound the way that you ideally want it to sound, and getting that to the professional level that you're aiming for, we highly recommend working on doing a bit of discovery when it comes to your brand and what you want your visual aesthetic to look like. So one helpful tool that I always recommend that you can be utilizing in the meantime is Pinterest. So if you don't already have Pinterest, it is a really good visual platform. You may have heard your mom or a sister or someone talk about it, but it's not just a girls app for weddings and like baby showers and shit. It actually is a really helpful tool to start doing some self-discovery on the visual side of things. It's just a really good visual platform in general for any kind of artist or creative, and nothing compares to their algorithms. The closest thing I could personally think of is Instagram collections, but they're nowhere near as good. And it's not going to be anywhere like their algorithms are not going to be nearly as good at catering to helping you develop what you want that brand to look like, and giving you and feeding you more of what you ideally want to see. Yeah, Gabriel, definitely get on it. Gary, is there a way to get y'all to give your thoughts on that as well? What do you mean? Do you already have branding established? Because definitely. If you have anything that you want to send, definitely email it over and I can give it a look over for you right now. But yeah, so if you already have some of your branding developed, then that is fantastic. Most people that are coming to us haven't even started that process. And so I like to give them that helpful tip of Pinterest because most of the time they're not utilizing it, and it is very helpful outside of branding. It's helpful for like album cover artwork inspiration and like planning out, what your merch could look like, or what, you might want an event to look like, or anything like that. I'm just me, I guess, but my Instagram is pretty much where I share all my work, but I don't have any music out. I'm just an artist. Oh, the fact that you're an artist is really cool, though. That's awesome. Okay, well, let me go definitely check out your Instagram. Let's see if I can pull it up on my iPad. What is the app?
And then Gabriel, you're going to close us out today. Let me get you downloaded. What's up, Mouse?
That's really cool, Gary. I love it.
I love that.
Yeah, I mean, same here. Like, music is just one of the many things that I do, but I feel like I would describe myself as a creative through and through. I just love anything artistic and abstract and fun, you know? So I totally vibe out with that.
Cool. Sounds good, Gabriel.
What's your Instagram at? I'll check it out.
Why you do me like that? Damn.
What's up, Karen? Good
Karen,
to see
welcome
you.
in. Welcome in.
How are you? No, I'm so glad to hear that you're good. You're a beautiful soul as well. Gary, you still here with us? What's your Instagram handle?
Hopefully it's not blocking it.
It might be blocking it. Maybe get creative in the way that you say it. Or head to Twitch because they don't block anything.
Twitch can say anything. Absolutely anything.
I almost said something super vulgar and then I was like, let me not piss off TikTok because
While it's here.
it's already going away soon, so we need to milk it. It's the same
Gary
as
G.
TikTok. Let me see. Okay, Gary G __.
Yeah, that's annoying. TikTok's always doing something.
Oh no. Anything that's like a kind of
Keep
more
it a thing.
common name always gives me so much trouble. Oh. No.
Hmm.
That's pulling up a Gary Warren, and I don't think that's you. Same as TikTok, but different underscore before G.
So Gary _G.
Oh.
Let's try that.
I don't know. It's not working for me. So
Gary _G.
that's someone else, right? Oh.
So Gary _G, 3 underscores after.
Okay, first tip, change your username. Just kidding. Okay, I think I found you. Wait, I think I found you. Do you have a Mac Miller song featured on your?
Would make sense.
Yeah, it would. Okay, perfect. I found you.
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
you've got a killer vibe. Kind of hipster indie vibes, which I love. I'm
that.
always really here for that. That's the type of stuff I put on my personal playlist, so I vibe with that heavy. So yeah, I feel like you already have kind of a good Gary G _7. They're just trolling. So I do feel like I kind of have an idea of what your vibe is, but what I would want you to do on Pinterest is like develop that a bit more so that you have more of a clear artistic aesthetic and like leaning, so that you can like develop an identifiable brand and something that you can put on all platforms that is super, you know, recognizable as Gary G, you know. I hope that makes sense, but I also think that it's really hard to explain Pinterest, but once you start using it, it's really fun and it's just like you just vibe out and it's helpful tool.
Intuitive. Yeah. And
Um,
because a lot of people will just be like, I'm just me, I don't have whatever, but you have a story, you have
Yeah.
a style, you have an aesthetic, you have your own, like whether you like know what it is, that's where Pinterest is
Exactly.
beneficial, is it will tell you kind of like you'll start to see stuff that you like, a car you like, a building you like, a quote, some art, some whatever that
Yeah.
you like, and it'll become a mirror of the things that you like. You'll be like, oh yeah,
So
I would
what
like
I
to dress this
recommend
way.
doing is like as soon as you get the app, start a board called Gary G Music or whatever, and then just start pinning everything that you feel like inspires you. Like Torvik said, it can literally be anything. It can be like classic cars, it can be some type of specific architecture, kind of like honestly, the vibe of what you have on your Instagram, but
Hmm.
but think further, start posting outfits, start and all this can be private too. You can hide the board if you want. Um but if you don't add any friends, then it's not like they're going to find it anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
It's completely up to you, but you can literally post anything, quotes, anything that feels vibey to you and feels like it rings true. Just go hard and pin everything. Try not to overthink it. Just if it feels like cool to you, just pin it. So I highly recommend hopping over there. So while you're building up your music, you can also have fun on Pinterest and start working on catering to what that visual identity and brand would look like. And then whoever you end up working with for your branding, whether it's us, hopefully it does get to be us because that'd be sick. Theobsidiankey.com. If you guys are interested in any of our services at any point, we would be so honored to work with any of you
oh yeah,
guys. But whether it's us or somebody else, or you end up tackling it on your own since you are a creative, um, it's going to be very, very helpful to have that board to refer back to and just make sure that it's cohesive in nature basically, and that you've been pinning to it for a while, so it's going to be like something you still feel really good about months and hopefully years down the road.
definitely.
Um so that's the rough process that we recommend is building up your catalog, building up your branding, and then when you're ready to launch, it will be like developing that brand as the foundation, and then building on top of that by creating every single platform and making sure that that cohesive and identifiable brand is, uh, present on all platforms. And then from there, it will be all about marketing. Obviously, you don't
Yep,
have to. It's a one-time thing to develop your branding, and so it'll be all about marketing and just creating that fun music that you want to create. So I hope that was
100%.
helpful.
Yeah,
And then of course, if you ever have any specific questions for us, like we are definitely down to help at any point in the process. That's literally what Obsidian Key is, like what we created it for, and how it's structured is to help indie, specifically mostly indie artists, but even if you do end up signing with a label, it doesn't mean that we can't help you. It's like to help you at any point in your journey. Um so yeah,
100%. Man, y'all show some love. Gary G, so glad we got that song in. Shout out to Kaylin again for that extra push as well.
absolutely.
Appreciate you
I'm glad that it worked
hopping in,
out for you
man.
to go today, Gary.
Absolutely. All right, y'all, we're going to close it out. This is
And don't
Gabriel.
forget to join the Discord too.
Gabriel, hop in the chat. I'm excited. With the Fair Few Singers, Window Solution.
Oh, I love that,
Thank you so
Karen.
much.
Thank you.
I
Yeah, that
appreciate
means
that.
a lot.
I appreciate that a lot.
Any way that we can ever be of service and help, we would love to. We just saw a
Absolutely.
really big gap in this space, right? Where there's really no one in
course.
between to like empower artists. And I think that a lot of and artists and producers, musicians of all kinds, but I think a lot of people think that that's what labels are.
Hmm.
And I think that there are some really cool labels out there, I'm sure, and I need to do more research on the cooler ones. But the vast majority of them are really just there to see like what's in it for them. You know what I mean? They're there to make money off of
Yeah.
you and not necessarily help you and empower you and give you tools and helpful tips to actually grow and be the best version of yourself possible. So
100%.
I think a lot of people think that that's what a label will do for them, and it's actually sadly just not the case in most instances.
Especially at the low phase. Like if
Yeah.
you're an early artist, you're just not going to get that much support because you're not making them much money. If you're making the label $50 million a year in touring and merch and stuff like that as a major artist, trust me, they're going to put you everywhere. They're going to get you on radio. They're going to it's to their benefit to expose you to a lot, which is why you see people blow up like crazy. They have a lot of money behind them because it's to the benefit of the artist, of course, and it's also to the benefit of the label structure. So everyone gets fed. But if you're a small artist looking for a label deal, just odds are you're probably getting the butt end of the of the deal, just
Mhm.
because you're not making them much money, so you're not going to get some support. They're not just going to blow you up. They'll pay for you to be on some playlists. You know, you'll get some numbers up a little bit, but you're not really going to make much money or anything. All
Right.
right, Gabriel's in the building. I got you. This is
But
Giving
yeah,
Up
thank you
version
so
3.
much, Gary. I'm glad that we were able to provide you some
Definitely.
helpful tips
Definitely.
and tools.
All right, Gabriel, this is a rough mix. Give me some details. Give me some details on this track. This is our last one for the day. Let's run it. This is version 3. Have I heard this before? Some verses. Let's go. And let me know if you produce this too.
I hope the shoot goes well, John. I was gonna say the Sean mixing shoot and John. Okay, nice.
It was better if we never ever started. I'm going insane. Did I skip that?
Production has like a John Bellion vibe a little bit too. I like it.
Me to pieces and I'm left here discarded. I'll say that I'm fine. We both know that is a lie. You broke apart my heart when I was picking up my mind. Oh, I'm not the man that you could ever love. It took
I'll pause it. Let me know when you're in. Let me know when you're in. We'll welcome you back in so we can see it here. Should just be like 20 seconds.
I will gently remind you that if you or your parents have Prime, you do get a free subscription through them.
Yep, every month they give you a free one.
Yeah, but the only annoying thing about that is they do make you like re-up it every month.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're back.
too long to realize now I'm giving up on love. I'm giving up. 20 years has been enough. I can only handle a road so tough, and it's too late. I'm giving up on love. I can't afford to store all these emotions anymore. There's nothing that compares to what I had before. You can shout some more, but
I like that too.
Yes, Gabriel's style is very cool. Super unique.
I'd rather be alone than having my heart ripped apart by the ones
Closed for today, but back tomorrow.
I'm going insane. My heart and my brain.
I like the production,
I
man.
can't decide on what to fight or which way I should take. Give me time to think. Everything went wrong and I'm feeling weak. This gives me anxiety. I know it could be, but I'm probably out of luck. Laying there, I try to sleep, but there's too much on my mind and it's scaring me. It only gets worse when you're in my dreams. Have my fair share of fun, but I'm thinking that I'm done with love. I'm giving up.
Good hook.
20 years has been enough. I can only handle a road so tough, and it's too late. I'm giving up on love. I can't afford to store all these emotions anymore. There's nothing that compares to what I had before. You can shout some more, but I'm out the door on love. I'm giving up, yeah, you got me giving up. I'm giving up, yeah,
I
you
love your backing vocals.
Super.
yeah, you got me giving up. I'm giving up on love. I'm giving up, yeah, you got me giving up. I'm giving up, yeah, you got me giving up. I'm giving up, yeah, you got me giving up. I'm giving up on love.
Gabriel, you're so good at those creative elements. I love it.
100%.
Like just your intuition and your ear for things is really, really cool.
100%. Yo, show some love. That is Gabriel. The song's called Giving Up. Let's get into it, man. It's really, it's got a really, really good structure to it. The main thing I want to talk about is a couple vocal elements really briefly. Welcome back, Slimothy. Welcome back.
You're here for the last song, so
Let's get
Good
it.
job.
Yeah, last one. We're closing it out with a banger here. All right, let me run it back from the top. I want to talk about a couple things. One, just really quick thing. You might be doing some vocal comping and some other stuff, but it sounds like a lot of your takes are single take, right? Where you'll like do a whole verse, and you can correct me if this is wrong, and it could just be the way that it's comped, right? But it sounds like you're like a whole verse is done on one take, or like a whole hook you did all at once, long form. A couple times, I think because of that, or at least A lot of single take. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it works. I've had songs where I've done 50 vocal comps, and I've had songs where it's been like 3 takes all the way through the verse. It's just the easiest way to track it. And then maybe I'll do a couple comps of the whole verse, right? It just depends on what you're doing. But I do hear that in this song sometimes, of you running out of breath a little bit, having to like take a breath and back off the mic a little bit.
Yeah, that's so hard. I mean,
Or like you'll be finishing a verse and the vocal gets a little tighter because you're running out of breath, right? Little things like that, where I would just do the first half of the verse, comp it 5 times, splice together the best takes, go to the second half, comp it 5 times. That also allows you to memorize your lyrics and perform them on the mic versus read them scripted, right? And I think that can also be a great way for you to introduce more emotion into your performances as well. So let's run it from the top. That's one thing. Exactly. And you already said earlier too, you need to re-record a couple things. And so that would be my recommendation, is if there's a part of the song where it works easily and seamlessly for you to just, plug in the song and it just works for you, run with it. Again, there's no right answer. You have to just use the tool that gives you the best result. And then there's some times where I would definitely take it sentence by sentence and just do one at a time, a couple takes, splice together the best ones, which is comping. And then you'll have a really seamless vocal structure. But I do like your structure here. It's nice. And then, so that's out of the way. The only other thing that I kind of want you to delve into, your layers are great. I really like your voice, and you have some great lyrics in here as well. I do think there's some parts as you retrack where you could kind of polish up and like cut the fat of some of your lyric structure to make them a little bit more seamless. There's sometimes where you're fitting in like a couple extra lines or a couple extra syllables and phrases in there to make it work. And it makes the lyric structure sometimes feel a little bit wonky or like a little bit rigid, where you're like trying to fit in a couple extra syllables, which makes it feel like fast for a second and then it's slow again. And it's just less consistent, which in turn makes it less catchy. You don't have that like strict structure of like, this is how the verse goes and this is how the hook goes. It moves and morphs a little bit. I'll find some of those spots for you, but I just wanted to get those out of the way because that's really it. The beat itself is like mixed well and bounced well. I really don't mind it where it's at right now. I think it's going to largely come down to vocal structure and vocal production. And then, of course, the balance of your final mix. But let's get into it. Hopefully, I can help you with some tips in that area. But I like what you're doing a lot, man. Stylistically, it's really cool.
I'm excited for both you and Kaden to get to the place where you're consistently releasing and doing things at a high level,
Here, we always talk about this. I would have a sample of your vocal in the background, starting with the hook.
Honestly, that higher one would be sick.
And then maybe a filtered stack underneath it of like your outro tag that you already have as the intro. You got me giving up. Oh, and you know you got me giving up. Yeah. You got me giving up. You got me giving up. Yeah. And then like verse hits right there. Right, and it just gives you like that like little stack and movement of energy, fills in all the gaps, makes the intro a little bit more interesting. Like using your outro as the intro as well is a great way to like bookend the song with energy. An idea. You don't have to, but just an idea.
I like it and I don't, because I feel like it makes it more conventional, and I don't love that. But like you
conventional,
said, it's an option. Yeah, it just makes it feel more like mainstream to me or something. And I do really like your kind of more like ethereal-ish, like hipster indie vibes. Like I personally feel like I would like more like abstract, vocals. They're like.
So you like it the way it is, or still adding something?
No, still adding.
Okay,
vocal,
yeah.
But just I don't know about the. I do like the sandwich and bookend idea, but I don't know if I would love that. In this I feel like it's like alternative indie stuff. Whatever you do, the point of what we're saying though is to introduce your vocal quicker.
Yeah.
Like that no matter what you do and how you do it is the important thing.
I would have a slightly tighter compression on your vocal too, or another stage of compression too. So when you hit your low register, and going insane, Like your low vocal drops way out of the mix, and I wanted to. You can change your register because I like the low register of your voice too, and I like your note switches.
It's
It's really
Gonzi. Thanks
nice.
for hopping in. We are closed for today, as the line says, but we will be back. We're aiming to be back tomorrow.
Hey, thanks for hopping in. Appreciate y'all being here.
Yeah, welcome in, guys.
But your low register does fall out of the mix a little bit. So I do think if you can tighten up your compression, bring up some of that low level information so that your vocal doesn't fall out too much. Or what I usually do is another stage of compression to additionally control it. You got to be strategic with it, but that would help keep some of that low level information in your vocal from falling out of the mix when you get quieter or in a lower register there.
I'm also really bad at names though, so sometimes I don't even know what I listen to.
If we never ever started, I'm going insane. Did I skip that part?
Like right there, it gets real quiet in the background. So like even there, so I would maintain the same rhythm, right? So
if we never ever started, I'm going insane. Did I stand that part? Where you tear me to pieces and I'm left here.
So you pieces and I'm left here to you change the rhythm again as opposed to matching it. Pieces and I'm left here to start. Like you could match the same rhythm of your last vocal by just keeping it consistent instead of pieces and I'm left here to start, which just it's the same main melody structure, but with like another change to it. So it never quite matches again. I think if you just pieces in and I think that like keeping it consistent and your like rhythm structure of your melodies more consistent will just make it feel more catchy. There's nothing wrong with the melodies at all. Nothing wrong with the lyrics that you have in there, but it's the small inconsistencies of it that just will make, they still sound good. Sonically, they still sound good, but it will inevitably just make it harder to remember.
They'll make it easier to sing along to.
I could like love this song and think it sounds fantastic, but then forget it 30 minutes later because nothing just stuck with me. There wasn't that same repetition.
Discarded, I'll say that I'm fine. We both know that is a lie. You broke apart my heart when I was picking up my mind. Oh, I'm not the man.
That's good repetition there.
That you could ever love. It took too long.
That's what I'm looking for.
Now I'm giving up on love. I'm giving up. 20 years has been enough. I can only handle a rope so tough, and it's too late. I'm giving up on love. I can't afford to store all these emotions anymore. There's nothing that compares to what I had before. You can shout some more, but I'm out the door.
So on the B section to your hook, there's so many. So you start, I'm giving up. That pocket right there feels really good. The B section to that changes rhythm like 3 times. So it just shifts again. There's no rules to stuff like this. There's just things that will help people remember it. I would try to mirror the first part of your hook, or vice versa, but mirror the first part of your hook in the second part as much as possible. Small changes away from that are perfectly fine. Like you can have some small extra lyric here, a slightly different melody. That's great. Yeah. And so dig into it a little bit. I don't know what the perfect answer is into it, but I do think it's more so if you have, I'm giving up, got 2 years, I'm falling down and then up on love. I've said enough, I'm stuck in the middle and it's solving if I say that I'm way enough, then you know I'm giving up on love. Giving up on love, giving up on love. You know what I mean? Like
I love your backing vocals so much. Please don't change those.
Yeah, backgrounds are beautiful. Your stacks are phenomenal.
Obsessed.
So good. So I'm mumbling random lyrics, right? But that idea of that really consistent, now immediately that's going to be stuck in my head. That consistency of giving up on love, and then like a tag of that love or something like that. That repetition immediately makes this more palatable. Like it just immediately makes it like an earworm, right? If it changes too much, even though your melodies are good, your voice is good, your lyrics are interesting, if it changes too much, I just will forget it. And so that's why I would invest some time. This song could take months to finish. I've had songs that have taken
Oh,
well
yeah.
over a year to finish. Take your time with it and really focus on your syllable counts, your lyric structures. Again, changes are fine. Small variations of it are perfectly fine. But the main core of your melody and rhythm stays fairly consistent on the hook. It just helps people remember it. That's what I would dig into a little bit. Because I think the overall aesthetic of the song, I think, is fantastic. You
Either
got a cool
way, I'm
voice.
pumped.
Yeah. And I really like your production. It's a really cool production. I like the kind of crunchy drums. It sounds nice, man. And then you already said you need to track this verse.
Your music always reminds me of nature.
I like that.
I don't know why, but I think that could be really cool in the way of your branding. So just explore that a bit.
100%. Yeah. So like some of that dun, 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 needs to be tighter with your compression. And then also the note could be locked in a little bit more. So when you retrack, I think you'll have an easy time just polishing that up.
Yeah, like even if it was an abstract version of something in nature or, just those types of vibes, I feel like there's just something about it that's so organic sounding.
I mean, I could see
And I'm
you
obsessed with it.
from a visual side. I could see you doing kind of what I mentioned him earlier, but John Bellion did with Waves. I feel like that's
Everyone's mentioning John Bellion like constantly now, so I need to go check out his branding and just everything he's doing. Because I haven't like listened to him since he was big and like way back.
Thank you. I appreciate you. His most recent stuff, yeah. Oh, Wash, not Waves. Yeah, Wash. But the visual for that, it's him soaking wet, like out by a beach or like out off like rocks in nature and stuff like that. Like that visual, I feel like is represented well in the
Like,
music.
okay, this is really random, but when I'm listening to your music, it's like I get this really specific image of like California ocean where there's like cliffs, or even Italy or just somewhere like that where there's cliffs. So it's like that kind of ominous, more like dramatic,
You're on the edge. Giving up.
dramatic vibe of a cliff, and then there's like the crazy ocean crashing, and then I kind of picture it being like misty. I don't know if any of this feels like it's like hitting for you, but these are just like the vibes that I picture,
100%.
and I like it.
Yeah.
I'm going insane. My heart in my brain.
Good melodies, man.
Decide on what to fight or which way I should take. Give me time to think. Everything went wrong and I'm feeling weak. This gives me anxiety.
Okay,
I know
nice.
it could be, but I'm probably out of luck. Laying there, I try to sleep, but there's too much in my mind and it's scaring me.
Better repetition there. Right there, you hear it. You hear the air run out a little bit, and you have to stretch the vocal again. Just comp it. Just like start fresh on that one sentence right there with a lead-in vocal. It'll sound way more cohesive when you retrack this.
I know it could be, but I'm probably out of luck. Laying there, I try to sleep, but there's too much in my mind and it's scaring me. It only gets worse when you're in my dreams.
Feel it run out right there a little bit. Yeah, just retracking, that's easy. And then I would just comp, and it'll be you'll just have so much more control.
Have my fair share of fun, but I'm thinking that I'm done with love.
He has his really picky engineering ears that are like so precise, and then I'm over here just vibing out. Like,
It's a vibe.
I don't know if I would even notice it, but I understand what he's saying. And you're gonna be your harshest critic, so I get why you would understand it as well.
For sure. And it's like,
But I, as a listener, I would just like be vibing out. I don't know.
and then I think it's also too that you might not know it when it's like not there, but you'll feel it way more if it is. Like sometimes it's like someone like you don't
no,
like
that makes sense.
you don't like notice that there's like ringing at 1200 hertz or something like that, right? Like it's some resonance and stuff like that. But when you fix it and something feels like wide and beautiful and well balanced,
For
you
sure.
do feel that emotion.
Like
so
how
much
much
more.
better could it be?
Right, exactly.
But this
'cause
is
it's-
already so good is essentially what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm already obsessed, basically.
I totally get it, Gabriel.
You
I
and
100%.
Caden are in the same exact spot, and y'all better be working on your freaking Pinterests, all
I'm
right?
telling you.
I don't know what I need to do to get y'all inspired to start posting on there, but do it.
Do it.
And hold each other accountable.
Hell yeah. And then this last line leading into the hook, I feel like that could be a little bit more polished too. I think you rush one lyric and then wait to put the other one in, and I feel like it could be more seamless.
Have my fair share of fun, but I'm thinking that I'm done with love.
Done with love. I feel like it could flow better just because of the context of all of your other lyrics. Feel like I'm done with love. And then the beat hits really hard right after that, but it's like a little more clean. Like it kind of, that's the way all of your other lyric structure goes. So that feels like it fits better, but that's, that's stylistic too. You can kind of do what you want there.
This part almost makes me emotional. I don't know what it is.
It's great.
It's really, really good.
It almost feels like tribal or something. This is really cool. It's anthemic.
It's so good.
Really cool. And great dynamic range too. Really
What's
good
up, Yoka?
dynamic
Good
range.
to see you.
Good to see you. Let's go, man. Y'all give it up on top for the family.
You
Gabriel.
both are so talented.
So
and
talented.
I just love that y'all are friends. It's so cool.
I love it. I love it. You're doing so much so well, man. Yeah. Small polish changes and structural changes. Some things you already know. Just if hopefully I can like just kind of confirm it with you. Is like some things that need to be retracked, some small processing changes to kind of just tighten up the vocal structure from rhythms, your compression, like things like that. But I really like the production. I like what you're doing melodically. I think it's really like engaging. It does feel like very emotional. It does feel like it kind of pulls at you a little bit. I think part of that is the progression, like that just minor progression. It just really pulls at you, makes it feel very emotional. So I think you're on the right track 100%.
So, just so we know, you're basically exactly where Caden is, right? You are working on your music and kind of building up a catalog, getting it up to the level that you want it at. And then you're going to start working on your Pinterest. That way you can develop some branding from that. But you're not rushing to release anything right now, right?
I'm giving up. It's
I don't even know the lyrics, but I'm just making them up
I like
until
it,
I know
dude.
them.
I like it. I like it. I like it. What's up, Helios?
Yeah, I have so many tracks that are close to release ready. I would just rather create than perfect. Okay, I got you.
100%. I mean,
Okay.
I agree. Like, it's like,
I think that like you're at a point where that is like doable. You know what I mean? Like I think if we would be honest. If it
Yeah.
was like, bro, I don't think you're gonna get any streams, and I don't know if you don't care about that, then that's fine. But I think that you absolutely have the potential and the capability of
100%.
doing that because like I was just saying, I would stream it as is, which I do think it could be that much better and that is ideal. So, it's a fine balance. It's
Definitely.
finding that line. But absolutely. Your stuff is amazing, Gabriel. We absolutely love you in here.
100%. I mean, and I tend to feel the same way about my own music, just because I tend to want to move on. Like my brain works really well moving on creatively. Like I feel more creative and more in tune with
Yeah,
my
but you be
skills
perfected.
and I'm still the engineering side. I'm still a perfectionist about it, but my like gut is like I want to just I have a couple songs that are like just kind of almost like done. Like they just need to like kind of be finally mixed and stuff, and they're just sitting there because I'd rather keep creating a new
I
thing.
guess you can't be Torvik and not perfect it, right? It's like he knows too much. That's
Yeah, it's
essentially
like-
what it comes down to.
It's never going to come out unless I do perfect it, which
but
is
then
why
he's doing my music, so
which is why sometimes things don't go out, right? So like I'm like, okay, well, it's not going to go out unless I perfect it, unless I put all my, heart and soul behind it. And so a lot of things just end up sitting because I just never want to put it out. So
let us know
I
how we
definitely
can
feel
help
that.
in that journey. Whatever you need, we got you.
Yeah. Talking through distribution and like simple things like
Yeah,
that. But
whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think but we did a longer form consultation with Caden, and we could always do the same with you.
oh yeah. But
So just keep
Gabriel,
us updated.
we love you. You're the family, man. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for sending that in. I 100% stylistically feel like you're on the right track. everything that you're doing feels really cohesive. So I'm excited for you, man. Y'all, that is going to close us up today. We will be back live tomorrow. So get your music ready, get your revisions ready, and we'll be back on around 1 p.m. Central tomorrow. So thank y'all so much for hopping in,
Sounds
for
good, Gabriel.
vulnerably sharing your music and your creative
We
craft.
love you guys so
Appreciate
much.
it a lot.
If you're not in the Discord, don't forget to hop in there.
Make sure y'all are following on all platforms. Peace.